Okay, Grace, it's 6 o'clock. We have everybody?
I think we are just missing Councilwoman Riley.
Okay, well, it's 6 o'clock. Hopefully she'll join us soon. Why don't we, we're ready to go?
All right, let me start the webinar.
Great, thank you. Ready?
It is started.
Okay, let's call the meeting to order. Welcome to the City Council business meeting for Wednesday, April 21st, 2021. Let's rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
and
justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Councilman Scaringi.
Grace, can you get a little closer? We're not hearing you very well.
Give me 1 second. Councilman Scaringi.
Present.
Councilwoman Riley.
Present.
Councilwoman Friedman.
Present.
Councilman Burns.
Present.
Councilman Strawn.
Present.
Councilman Scanlon.
Present.
President Ressinetti.
Present.
That's all 7 here.
Thank you. Next, we have approval of the minutes. Councilman Scaringi.
Thank you, Madam President. I stand and ask for unanimous approval for the meeting minutes of the business meeting for April 7th, 2021.
Give me a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, thank you. So now let's move on to our public hearing for tonight's bond ordinance. City residents are welcome to speak, and you'll each have 5 minutes to discuss the bond ordinance. Please, I ask you to be respectful. Grace, please read the instructions for the public hearing.
Okay, for the public hearing, this is just a public hearing pertaining to the bond. And for that, if you are going to speak on the bond, you will have to raise your hand in the Zoom meeting, and we will click on you one by one. Right now, there are no hands raised, just to let you know. But oh, there's one. 1 second.
This is Councilwoman Friedman. Might I suggest that we also read the phone number out so those people who are maybe streaming it from YouTube and unable to use Zoom can still call in on their phone?
So when you sign up for the meeting, that gets sent to their email, all the Zoom instructions for the call in. So when you sign up,
phone number?
Yep.
Okay. Thanks.
Would it be impossible to read it anyway for those of us that don't have that number?
I have to find it. I don't have it because I didn't sign up for the meeting, but it gets sent out to those people that do. So I don't have that number with me because I'm running the meeting.
Okay.
We can, Grace, once we have that number, we can go ahead and read that. But in the meantime, can you see who's got their hand raised so we can listen to some of those comments?
Yes, I am allowing Lori Gagne to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your full name and address for the record.
My name is Lori Gagne. I live at 27 Davis Street in Binghamton, New York, on the west side.
Okay.
My councilwoman is Angela Riley, I believe. City Council, all present, thank you for taking my call. I've been reading about the entire issue of Veolia and our joint municipal sewage treatment plant. And I have the same questions that other participants have asked about the conflict of interest, about going with a company that's already.
Can I interrupt for 1 second, Mrs. Gagne? I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. This is regarding the bond, you can certainly call back and discuss Veolia or anything that has to do with the sewage plant during our comments later. Ken, can you explain the process?
Yeah, no, I think you explained it. This right now is a public hearing regarding an amendment to a bond.
Right.
So the comments are
Very well.
limited to that. There will be an opportunity for public comment after this public hearing is closed.
Thank you. Grace, do we have another hand?
Yes, I will allow Emily Christian to, actually, no, we don't have a hand. They all went down.
Oh, okay.
Oh, now we have one. John Soul, hold on. People keep raising and then unraising their hand, so.
In the meantime, I was able to register for the meeting, so I have the phone number. If you want, I can read that out just in case people don't have it, if they want to call in.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so there's a variety of phone numbers, but one of them is area code 929-205-6099. The webinar ID is 979-3573-4990. And then the passcode is 146791.
Okay, we have a hand raised. Cecily O'Neill, I'm allowed to talk.
Thank you for taking my call. I just was wanting to share the same information about the phone numbers. I looked it up on the registration site. So Aviva just called that out and appreciate that information. Thanks.
Thank you. Would we have anyone else, Grace?
Yes, give me 1 second. Oh. We did, but then they lowered their hand. All right, now I'll allow John Solak to speak.
Can everybody hear me? Hello? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
we can hear you.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Please state your full name and address for the record.
John Solek, 8 Lathrop Avenue, Binghamton, New York. The city was around $30 million in debt when Juanita Crab was going. The city's debt under Mayor Bucci, 12 years, went from 30 to 60 million. It is now more or less 90 plus. And this, of course, obviously doesn't include the sewage treatment plant. And I guess the real question is, you know, you have a budget and you have bonding and you approve bonding. And you seem to be going back, having to make these adjustments. You don't seem to know where you stand at any given time. So I ask each one of you tonight, are you concerned about the debt, the per capita debt for the residents of the city of Binghamton, because the debt is so high and the population so small, is one of the highest in the United States of America, if not the highest. It is over, it's around $11,000 per resident, $11,000. That's, of course, doesn't include the county debt, the school district debt, or any other debt. Now, the nice part about it is on any given day, if you sell your home or you've got a suitcase, you can leave and leave your portion of the debt behind. But nevertheless, $11,000 debt in the city of Binghamton is a substantial sum when you consider that 70% of the city makes under $30,000 a year. And that per capita debt is assigned to children. And we all know the dreadful state of child poverty in the city of Binghamton. So I ask you tonight, what is your reason for voting to fool around and finagle bonds and debt any more than you have to? And looking out, you've got about 3 years left. What do you expect the debt to be at the end of your council term? Because I can say this about any council in the last, since Bucci, that every person that got elected to city council on the day that they got elected, that was the lowest debt that they had during their entire term, whether it was 1, 2, or 3 years. So how much, what you should do before you give authorization to finagle this debt is tell the public what you are going to do to pay the debt off and lower the debt. And how do you think it's fair that this little city has $90 million worth of debt, which was caused by one reason? The city didn't make the necessary adjustments in '95 when the Anatech plant closed and you lost your best customer for water, the biggest payroll, and the highest tax parcel in the city of Binghamton. Mayor Bucci could have done it very easily. There were new hires to the fire department, new hires to the police department. 10 or 15% of the public safety budget back then, if chopped, would have yielded compounded savings, and we wouldn't be in this jam right now. But believe me, to slough this off, and keep in mind that this mayor, first time in history, he uses unprecedented all the time, defaulted on this city's debt twice. And the other council can call it a technicality, and you can always say, well, we didn't really, it was just an error. The fact of the matter is clear. This city officially defaulted on its debt twice.
1 minute left.
Okay, so I ask you, let's hear Mr. Frank go on the record, and let me tell you something. He's a good lawyer. Let's hear him finesse this, and let's hear him ask the question of how high this debt is going to go, because we know that the mayor is not going to leave a plug nickel, particularly if he goes lame duck and his boy doesn't win. He's not going to leave a plug nickel in the cash register when he leaves. So we're stuck, and I'm tired of being stuck, and I want some straight talk from the city officials. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, Grace?
Sorry, let me see. We have one person, Christopher Perez, that are allowed to talk.
Yeah, yes, hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes, please state your full name and address for the record.
Christopher Perez, 159 Prospect Avenue, Binghamton, New York. Okay, so I'll make it brief. First of all, I appreciate, like being able to even be a part of this process. I think it's an honor for everyone to be able to call in. So I'll start by saying that. With this, I'll be very, very brief on this topic, but I don't know as much as the previous caller has knowledge of knowing. But what I do know is I've done some very surface research on this project, on this point, on this item, like I have done on many of the items tonight. My common theme for tonight, because I'm going to raise my hand a few times, would be if it looks like a duck, it walks like a duck, and it quacks, it's a duck. And we have to be practical about what's happening. So the research that I have done is kind of in line with the last caller. And then it is scary. The debt to population in our city is very alarming, especially considering that a majority of it does fall on the backs of the children and the programming and the lack of programming that could be potentially provided to the citizens of our community. This all, to me, has the same theme as the other two items that I'm going to raise my hand about tonight, is transparency. Transparency and knowing what's going on and being able to tell the community members what is going on, so they feel at rest that their futures are secure in this county. Because one of the great statements that last gentleman said is that at any point, any of us, the good news is, can pack our bags and leave this city. And I don't think that's what this city really needs, considering that the population has considered to be going down. And I have done a little bit of research, and at one point, Binghamton's city status was going to be downgraded because of the lack of population. All I know is that we owe it to the people to be transparent on many of these items tonight. And I hope that that's what everyone gets. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, Grace?
No hands are left raised.
Okay, well, wait a minute. No other hands, Grace, that you can see?
Nope, there is one. I will allow Barry Clark to speak.
Hi, good evening.
Please state your full name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Mary Clark. I live on Laurel Avenue in Binghamton. I was concerned. I've joined late, so I'm hoping I'm not repeating anyone's thoughts. But I was really concerned by the press release I saw today that that said that you were all going to approve this.
Ms. Clark?
Yes.
Ms. Clark, hi. We are still currently in the public hearing regarding the bond.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. Please call back in just a few minutes, okay?
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
No hands are raised right now.
Okay, let's just wait just half a minute and see what happens. No hands
Madam
raised?
President, if there are no other callers in relation to the public hearing, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing, Madam President.
Thank you.
Second. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, so the public hearing is now closed. So now we will move on to the public comment, and city residents are welcome to speak. You each have 5 minutes to talk about city issues. I ask you to please be respectful. Thank you. Grace, please let everyone know how they can participate.
Okay, this will be the same thing. So once you register for the meeting, you'll receive participation information. But if you're wanting to speak, just raise your hand and we'll go through the list of everybody that is wanting to speak. Do you want me to read the letter I received first?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Okay, this letter is from Cheryl Horan, and she lives on Rossmore Place in Binghamton. Good afternoon. I would like the following statement read aloud during tonight's city council meeting. I would like to express my concern about this evening's vote to enter into an agreement with Veolia for the audit of the joint wastewater treatment plant. I understand the importance of audits and the purpose they serve. What I do not understand is how Veolia can audit our plant independently when their equipment has been installed at the plant. Would you hire the seller of a house you are about to purchase to perform the inspection of the home's conditions? No. An independent third party would be hired to provide an objective assessment since they hold no stake in the matter. What Veolia will do if they audit our plant would be along the lines of the aforementioned analogy. Veolia's bid for the auditing of our plant is unacceptable and a blatant conflict of interest. Considering the many troubling factors that have come to light recently, including the fact that city council members have not been provided with specific information on what the agreement will entail, I am urging council to vote no on the contract to enter an agreement with Veolia tonight. The lack of transparency surrounding this agreement is concerning. I'm asking the bidding process is started over and truly independent, disinterested auditor is chosen instead. I sincerely hope that council uses their best judgment in their decision tonight. I expect nothing less as your constituent. Thank you very much for your time. All right, and I can let the first person speak.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
I will allow Tim Wolcott to speak. He just has to unmute.
We cannot hear you, Mr. Wolcott. You'll have to
Can you hear me
unmute.
now?
There you go. Okay.
Please state your full name and address for the record.
Yes, yes. Hello, my name is Tim Walcott. I live in Johnson City, 13 Marlane Drive, and I've lived there over 30 years. I'm a retired secondary level science teacher. I have 2 degrees from Binghamton.
Excuse me, I'll make a motion to waive the rules, please.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration. I have 2 degrees from Binghamton University. I'd like to offer my opinion so that you can be more informed before making the decision allowing Veolia to audit our sewage treatment plant operation. I believe that all good opinions and decisions have context that needs to be considered. I will begin discussing the context of my opinion, then the context of your decision regarding Veolia. I am a committed water warrior and have been active in marine and freshwater monitoring and preservation since the early 1970s. My first professional job was working as a marine research assistant at Harbor Branch Oceanographic Institution, where we monitored the ecology of Florida's Indian River estuary and the adjacent Atlantic Ocean. As an environmental science teacher, I took my students annually to Cuda Creek near Waverly, New York, to assess the water changes at the outfall of their sewage treatment plant. Our results were corroborated by a professional water testing firm. After retirement, I have continued my passion by supporting the Community Science Institute that monitors the water quality in the Finger Lakes. In sum, I believe that water is a human right. It is simply indispensable for all living things. However, like many rights, it needs to be guarded against being infringed upon by nefarious forces. As to the context for your decision to allow Veolia to audit the operation of our joint sewage treatment plant, I offer a historical one that dates back over 100 years. This legacy continues globally today. Veolia and Suez, which Veolia just bought out recently, has been active in the privatization of water since the late 1800s. By the way, my information source is primarily Maud Barlow, a world-renowned Canadian scientist who is currently the chair of Food and Water Watch. Historically, in the global north, public financed and operated water systems allowed municipalities to take out long-term loans at better rates than they were available to private contractors, which in turn allowed them to extend water services as their communities grew, while generating local financial equity. However, in the global south, a colonial legacy of underinvestment in social services created urban water systems only for the elite in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Governments crippled by growing poverty and increasing debt were encouraged by the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank to privatize their water systems. From the early 1990s to 2006, there was an 800% increase in African, Asian, and Latin American countries purchasing water from transnational water companies, primarily Veolia and Suez. Both companies are charter member of the UN Global Compact, which is widely criticized for its blue washing, of serious violations of human rights and environmental standards. In 2007, Suez had 160,000 employees, and Veolia Environment had 272,000 employees and controlled 2/3 of the global water services sector. Now they are combined and vastly more powerful. You should unequivocally reject Veolia's self-serving offer of audit and primarily understand their goal is to privatize our water filtration system for its profit, not our communities.
You have 1 minute left.
Not for our community's sustainable and equitable path forward. Thank you.
Next, we have Lori Garnier. I will allow her to speak. Please state your full name and address for the record.
I can't hear her. Can anybody else? No.
No. Lori, can you hear us? I can allow the next person to speak and then we'll go back.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, next we have Christopher Perez, and I'll allow him to talk. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Yes, Christopher Perez, 159 Prospect Avenue, Binghamton, New York, 13901.
Okay, you may begin.
I'm going to start it again. Looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, walks like a duck. It's a duck. The obvious is the obvious. This isn't about politics. This is about what the last gentleman described as human rights. My question is it a fear? Is there a fear that if we allow another company to come in and do the audit, that there's something that's obviously going to be found? I'm not a water expert like the last gentleman, but what I will say is that the little bit of surface research that any of us could have done, that I've done today, right before this meeting, in fact, shows that this company has a terrible track record. Now, if I was running a sports team and I wanted someone to come in and perform at the highest level and really cared about my people and fans, I'd probably go out there and get the best athlete to support the team, not a mediocre one. Unless, then again, it has to do with the budget, and we can't afford anything better but what we're going to offer to people. Looks like a duck to me. Listen, all the questions and concerns that people have said, and I've heard with the surface listening, and I do, and I don't get paid to do it. These questions that were asked, there's no answers still provided. And they're scary because there are no answers provided. But I guess this is politics. We all have to draw a line and go to one side or another. But unfortunately, all of us have to put the bathwater on and drink water one day. And I don't know how many of us have kids or not, but I do. And that's a common theme for tonight. Again, it's about the kids. So do we want our kids living like other kids in other countries one day? With water being so scarce? Do we want to live like that? Do we want to privatize another system and make money off of basic human rights? I don't think you guys do. And I don't think any of us want to be responsible for making that decision for the people of Binghamton. So I would just advise that you listen to the last caller, and maybe we should hire him to advise you on some of the decisions that are being made tonight. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Gary Edwards. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Gary Edwards, 13 Clarendon Drive, Binghamton, New York.
Okay, you can begin.
I work at the sewage treatment plant. I seen the press release from the mayor's office, I believe that's where it was from, that Veolia is retracting their bid to privatize. That wasn't the workers' only problems with Veolia. We did then and do now still think that it is a conflict of interest. They have, I'm going to say a third, I might be misspeaking, maybe it's a quarter, but a third of the plant is supplied pumps, valves, etc. from Veolia and Kruger, their sister company. As some of the other people were saying, I don't understand how we could allow somebody to assess or audit their own supplies. That was a perfect analogy with building a house. You know, you get the electrician to come out and run the electric. We don't have that company come back and check his work. We have a third party. Just today, the maintenance staff at the plant replaced 3 actuators, and they're all from Kruger. I heard they cost $1,300 to repair. We have, I believe, 14 more of those actuators. I assume it's coming down the line that they will fail and we will have to replace them. Is Veolia going to stand up and take care of that problem? You know, it's only been a year that it's been running and it's already failing. The city council meeting, the Veolia reps were talking about the ActiFlow and how good the sand loss is doing. I believe that is false. I was told when you guys came down and were looking at the ActiFlow, you guys could see stuff flowing over the weirs, which should be crystal clear water. So I assume you guys saw it for your own 2 eyes that that equipment still is not correct. That has been running for a year and a half, and I believe someone said we've lost 20 tons of sand. And where does that sand go? It goes somewhere. It goes through the rest of the plant, goes through the pumps, goes into our digester, which will fill up the digester and basically make a beach in the digester. And then one day we're going to have to take down the digester to basically shovel out the sand. We cannot allow Veolia to come in and police their own equipment. It's just not, it's not ethical. It's not right. We're replacing huge valves I talked about last time I was on here. You know, 300-pound valves that these actuators sit on, they're failing. We have 18, 20 of those. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. We buy our sand from Veolia. Surprise, surprise. I wonder if they've credited us 20 tons worth of sand. I doubt it. I just don't understand, again, why we would allow somebody to police themselves. A third party would be great. I want to protect the ratepayers as much as the next person. We work nonprofit. I don't know why we'd want a profit company to come in there if they.
You have 1 minute left.
Privatize. Thank you. One last thing. In the business meeting yesterday, towards the end, there was somebody asked Charlie Parcells a question, and then you guys wouldn't let him answer. And somebody said, "At a girl." I thought that was the most disgusting thing that I could hear. Somebody acknowledging that keeping a person quiet from the plant that has more years than anybody on that city council has altogether at the plant. So to sit there and congratulate basically somebody for not allowing them to answer a question was ridiculous. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Karen Beebe. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Hi, my name's Karen Beebe. I live on Terry Avenue in Binghamton, New York. I'm a Broome County legislator for District 12. District 12 includes owners of the joint sewage treatment plant, which would be the north side of Johnson City and a little bit of Binghamton. And it also includes some outlying municipalities that rely on the joint sewage treatment plant, but do not have representation, like the town of Dickinson and the village of Port Dickinson. So while this isn't a quote unquote county issue, this is a county issue. This has far-reaching impact. So alongside COVID-19, the joint sewage treatment plant is the top concern among my constituents. Endlessly rising sewer bills and operational expenses are making an otherwise affordable place to live very unaffordable. The decision faced by City Council this evening has far-reaching impacts on our watershed, on our physical and our economic health. This plant has been plagued by construction delays, new construction failures, litigation, mismanagement. The ratepayers in Broome County will continue to see increasing sewer bills for the unforeseeable future. Folks, this is a point where you can do the right thing. Hiring a company with a terrible reputation, a vested interest, and an active bid should not even be a viable option. But here we are. Not once have I heard folks disagree with the concept of an audit. In fact, Mayor David suggesting that we oppose Veolia on the basis that the opposition will vote no on any company he selects, that's disingenuous at best and a lie at worst. Time and again, advocates as well as plant workers have supported the idea of an outside audit, and they've done it on the record. You heard it tonight. You've heard it before. Review your meeting minutes. Veolia is the problem. The community voice is clear that allowing a private company that has a vested interest and an active bid is the wrong path forward. And I stand in solidarity with our plant workers and our community when I say ditch Veolia. Thank you.
Okay, next is Tina Chronopoulos.
Hello?
Hi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Tina Chronopoulos and I live on Laurel Avenue.
Okay, you can begin.
Great. At 2:59 p.m. today, Jared Graham, our mayor's executive assistant, released a statement to the media. The heading is this: Mayor David and City Council majority provide update on maintenance assessment at joint sewage treatment plant. This statement is a beautiful example of last-minute political maneuvering. Let me give you the basics. The audit is now being referred to as an assessment. This is supposed to make it seem less ominous. The statement blames the problems at the plant on bureaucratic mess and lack of accountability. It fails to mention that several catastrophic floods, shoddy construction in the early 2000s, plus the sidelining of plant employees who were warning about these construction problems played a major role in the plant's failings. One part of the statement, the one written or coming from the mayor's office, indicates that private management discussions have been formally ended. This is supposed to neutralize the argument about Veolia's conflict of interest since they have an open bid for privatization. Notice how the statement says that private management discussions have been formally ended. It does not say that the request for proposals for privatization has been shelved or withdrawn. It also does not say that submitted bids are no longer under consideration or are null and void. Make no mistake, folks, language matters. Privatization is still a backdoor option. Regardless, Veolia is not a neutral party since their systems and equipment are installed at the plant. Y'all really want us to believe that Veolia is gonna roll in there and be all chill about assessing or auditing how their own equipment is being maintained and operated? Give me a break already. Finally, there's a tiny phrase that gives me pause. Here it is, quote, "After listening to comments from city council members and the public, we have requested and Veolia has agreed to not begin work until June 16th. Veolia has agreed? How can Veolia agree when y'all haven't yet voted on the contract or even signed it? Like what? How does Veolia get to say in anything here? Am I the only one who finds this bizarre? Let me tell you about some other things that continue to bother me about this situation. A Veolia rep already attended a city council meeting in March. That's the meeting at which not a single Republican council member could be bothered to ask a single question about the proposed audit. Not one. I haven't seen any of you attend the sewage board meetings, and none of you could be bothered to tour the plant until public outcry. And all y'all are trying to make yourselves look good after the fact. Ugh. City council Republicans want us to believe that this new plan is somehow fair to everyone. Let me tell you what would be truly fair. Scrap this thing and start again. Advertise with the New York State Contract Register with an adequate amount of time so that companies across the nation that do not have a stake in the plant can submit their bids. For a mayor and Republicans on city council who keep banging on about how important it is to support local and small businesses, your choice of an international corporation whose profits go to its shareholders that has zero stake in our region or our community, it really makes no sense that you are choosing to give what could be a potential lifeline for a smaller firm to a firm like Veolia. Again, why Veolia? Who is gaining something here? Can you give us a good reason? Wouldn't it make sense to go with the company that does these sorts of assessment on a standalone basis rather than as part of bigger plans, which, according to the Veolia rep Don Rogers on Monday evening, are done for clients who are interested in Veolia's other services? Guess what those services are, folks? You got it, privatization. Finally, I'm revolted by what I witnessed at the end of the city council meeting this past Monday.
We have 1 minute left.
Councilman Burns turned to Charlie Pearsall, business manager at the plant, who was there to answer questions about the need for an additional mechanic at the plant, to ask him his opinions on what he thought about the timing of the audit. Before Pearsall was able to finish his answer, Councilwoman Reseniti shut him off. She didn't even use his name. In true tag team fashion, Councilman Scanlon, always the enabler, said, "Atta girl, Sophia, atta girl." Really, atta girl? You cheered her on for dismissively silencing Mr. Pearsall? I mean, I guess I can believe it, seeing as you routinely dismiss and denigrate some of your colleagues on council as well as the public. Y'all always go on and on about it, so how it's important to be civil and decorous. Maybe you should hold yourselves to the same standard. My heart goes out to city employees for having endured such a toxic work environment. Truly, I am so sorry. You don't deserve this. Shame on you, council members who are Republicans. Shame on you.
Okay, give me 1 second. Sorry, this just got the screen changed for a second. All right, now we will allow Marty Dory to speak. Please state your full name and address for the record. Marty just has to unmute. I can let the next person speak, and then if he wants to speak again, he can raise his hand. Okay, now we have Dan Livingston.
Thank
Please
you.
state your full name and address for the record.
Dan Livingston, Park Street, Binghamton.
Okay, you may begin.
Yeah, so I also got this press release. I'm not really even sure who it was sent to exactly, but it's really unclear from the press release what's actually going on. Tina Krodopoulos is right. Words do matter. They do matter. Ending private management discussions is not the same as shutting down this privatization RFP. It's not the same as ending privatization, not the same as ending the push for privatization, because this is a process. It's not just a series of bids. You can end the active bids, and the RFP can still be there, and can still be bid on. This is not an end to this process, and I think it's really weird that you guys would attempt to pull the wool over the public's eyes this way. And if you're not pulling the wool over the public's eyes, because the city council Republicans press release says something different than what the mayor's press release says, maybe you guys don't actually know what the mayor promised you. But it doesn't seem, and actually I just looked at Bob Joseph's article on this. He doesn't read this as an end to privatization. And besides that, privatization was only part of the conflict of interest. There are two conflicts of interest here, and you get rid of one of them, you've got half the conflict of interest, but you still have a whole problem that you're just not addressing, and you're not dealing with it. Veolia is clearly the problem here with the public, and also with the plant staff. There are just huge problems with bringing in a company to conduct an independent audit that cannot possibly be independent. I listened to the work session on Monday, and Veolia didn't echo the talking points of the city council Republicans or Ken Frank or Chuck Shager or Ray Standish or Mayor Rich David or Jared Cram. The Veolia reps were pretty straightforward that this audit is a precursor to larger contracts for them. If you look at what they did in Flint, Michigan, if you look at the emails that were uncovered through a legal discovery process, within days of receiving their contract to assess the city's water system, they saw the heightened lead levels, and their internal communications in that company, where they made a decision not to rock the boat with the city so that they could keep on the hook tens of millions of dollars in prospective future contracts with the city of Flint. They made a decision. It's a very clear decision, and it's a pattern that they have repeated over and over again whenever they act in bad faith in a municipality, like they did in Pittsburgh. You can see it over and over again. They take advantage of communities, particularly communities like ours. When they look at Binghamton's situation, we've got this shiny new plant, and we have this completely dysfunctional governance structure with politicians who inject themselves in the process, who really have no business making these decisions. And a company like Veolia, they see us as a big bag of money for them to take. And whether it takes us 5 years or 10 years or 15 years down the line to finally discover that they robbed us and poisoned us, then all the better for them. They don't really look at our community as we see our community. They look at us as another source of revenue. And in whether 1 year down the line, 2 years down the line, they're looking at this audit as a backdoor into our sewage treatment plant and into our water system, so that they can just continue to gobble up contracts. We need to advertise these contracts broadly. We need to give 21 days at least on the New York State Contract Register. And we need to actually have some competition for these contracts. Competition is supposed to be good. And if you only get two bidders who are deeply conflicted, then the whole process is broken. If you have 2 months now, you've got 2 months to reissue this RFP, advertise it broadly, and get a broad array of potential bidders to do this work for us.
Okay, next we have Tarek Abdelzam. Please
Good
state your
evening.
full
Can you
name.
hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Tarek Abdelazam, Tremont Avenue, Binghamton. I want to start by saying it was very pleasing and relieving to see a murderous cop immediately handcuffed and taken into custody last night. At the same time, I think it's important to remember exactly what the Minneapolis Police Department issued the night of George Floyd's death. And that statement finished with, and I'm quoting, "Two officers arrived and located a suspect, a male believed to be in his 40s, in his car. He was ordered to step from his car. After he got out, he physically resisted officers. Officers were able to get the suspect into handcuffs and noted he appeared to be suffering medical distress. Officers called for an ambulance. He was transported to Hennepin County Medical Center by ambulance, where he died a short time later." That is why Black and brown communities and many others do not trust the police. That is why it is going to be incredibly difficult to repair that trust. And that onus is entirely on the police department, entirely. And so we have a matter that's very similar here. There is no trust in this administration in selecting this Veolia contract. There are those who have shared with you, countless. There's privatization concerns. This is not an independent auditor. It's too soon. It's meant to cover up errors. You have received a litany of reasons as to why people do not trust this decision. You have a choice. Forget arguing any of those points. That's meaningless. Are you committed to restoring trust and building and protecting that? Or do you say, I don't care, and I will let that continue to erode that important relationship between the citizens and our democratic institutions? That's really what this decision is about tonight. Gio, you've talked very nobly about democracy and public service. What is taking a couple more months to ensure that you are making a decision to restore and rebuild and protect trust? Second thing I want to say is about the youth center. Just as with the maintenance audit, I support the maintenance audit. I don't support the process and the selected vendor. Just like the youth center, I support it. I don't support the process of a hyperspeed timeline in which we're going to be making a significant and much needed and commended investment in our youth. $6-7 million. Why do we not take the time to engage in a robust, not a 1 or 2 community meetings online and check the box that we engaged folks, a robust, genuine community engagement process over the next 4 or 5 months through the summer and the fall, centering the voices, the wishes, the dreams of Black and brown youth, those who we're building this center for. Like, I just don't understand that process. Why do we need to rush this? If the mayor wants this to be his legacy, call the damn center the Rich David Youth Community Center. I don't care. I will puke in my mouth every time I drive by that if it means that the center is going to serve the youth better. That's what matters to me. That's what should matter to all of you. This is a significant investment. Put the youth at the center of this initiative, empower them, allow them to own it, and make sure that this investment is going to be impactful for generations. Third thing, actually, I will just say very quickly, for both of those things I just talked about, we did that in the prior administration. When we went to issue an RFP
You have 1 minute left.
to sell the Greenman's Senior Center, we first came back with a proposal. Some members on council said we don't like it. We went and issued that RFP 2 more times to build consensus and support. And when we built the Columbus Park spray pad, we went and had 5 meetings there on site, allowed youth to pick the actual elements, talked with them, and allowed them to design it. So it's possible, it's good government, it's the right thing to do. Finally, Mr. Strong, I understand that you moved and sold your house on 346 Conklin in December 2020. Now, I know the last council member that had moved in the middle of her term just happened to be the first Black woman, and the mayor actually hired private investigators to find out whether she was still in the district. I'm going to be a lot more decent and dignified and just ask you, can you just please go on record, make sure that you're still in the council district? I'd appreciate that. Thank you and have a great night.
Okay, next we have Alistair Crumple.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So I would also ask that the city council vote no on the Veolia audit. I didn't write a statement, but other people have made excellent points about clean water and transparency. So I'm just going to add my comments to those. I'm 42 years old. I've lived in the Binghamton area my whole life. I'm a BU graduate, and I expect I'll probably be here for a few more decades. So I love and value this place. And Veolia is not a neutral party. And it sounds like they maybe have work to do to live up to obligations that have already been made to our city. And I'm sure that we can find a truly independent actor to do this audit without any conflicts of interest and without an incentive to take advantage of our community. So I just hope that the city council will take into consideration these many concerns that we've been hearing from the citizens of Binghamton. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Emily Christian.
Grace, we're having a hard time hearing you.
Sorry, I don't know how to, audio's not great on here. So Emily Christian, please state your full name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Emily Christian. My address is Vestal Ave in Binghamton, New York.
Okay, you may begin.
So firstly, of course, Veolia's involvement with construction at the sewage treatment plant is a conflict of interest for the bid for privatization and for the audit. Secondly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, plant staff are still waiting to be furnished with manuals, which they need to be able to properly operate and maintain the equipment at the plant. Thirdly, the process of advertising the bidding process in the first place was flawed due to a lack of transparency right from the beginning. It seemed that during the process, the city of Binghamton ensured that the only firms that knew about this were the two firms currently involved or that were currently involved with the rehabilitation process. And there are local and national firms that can carry out this kind of audit. Why are we contracting a global corporation that has no stake and no local stake in our region? Next, concerning the audit, auditors should be neutral. We know Veolia is not neutral to assess their own infrastructure, regardless of their bid or no bid, which means that unfortunately the audit is not a good use of funds. Its results will always be suspect. The entire point of an audit is that it's an outside review from a disinterested party. And finally, as we've heard in the past weeks, and as you can research for yourself, Veolia's track record is pretty dark, including major disasters in Flint, Pittsburgh, Havana, Oklahoma, Plymouth, Massachusetts, and more. And of course, it's a huge organization and an old one. But unfortunately, there are too many skeletons there to assume that Veolia will handle Binghamton without severe issue. So because of all these reasons, and a ton more that we've heard tonight in the last weeks, I also hope that you vote no. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Brian Whitbeck. Oh, hold on. Actually, I clicked on the wrong one. Please state your full name and address for the record. He is unmuted, but I cannot hear him.
We can't either.
Brian, can you hear us? I can allow the next person to speak and then we'll go back. Okay. Next we have, let's see, Rob R.
Hello.
Please state your full name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Rob Renierson. I'm on Pearl Ave in the city of Binghamton.
You may begin.
Okay. Am I ready to go?
Yes, you're all set.
Okay, cool. So it bothers me watching your guys' eyes while I'm sitting here. You know, I'm listening to what people are saying. I would hope that you would be too, but you're not. You're like clearly having conversations with each other. I can see every once in a while when somebody like makes a strong point, you're like, ooh, crap, they brought up something that's like, you know, touchy. You look at the screen, look around, you know, it's annoying. Number one, it's annoying to see this not be taken seriously, you know. Number two, my kids are city residents, and they have to show their faces in a Zoom meeting to get attendance, to be counted in school. There's 4 people in city council. Are you that embarrassed of yourselves? Maybe you should be. I mean, it's ridiculous. You're going to vote yes anyway, right? So the DEC would do this for free, but you're going to be irresponsible with my money. You're going to spend extra money. You're going to give people a leg up with my money. I'm going to get pissed and organize protests because, like, I'm about tired of this crap. You're going to have to pay city employees for all the protesters that are going to come after you do this, after you let them poison us, after you let them just get their digs in and do whatever you want to do. So, you know, it's just going to cost more money yet again. Do you just not care? I mean, you just don't seem to care. If you don't care about spending money and you don't care about, you know, the debt, I was listening earlier, you don't care about the debt. So you don't care about the money that you've got. You don't care about the money that you had. You don't care about the money that you're going to have in the future. Like, what is it that you do? Is there like some secret like parties you guys have or something? What's the dig? Like, I don't understand. Is it just, I'm going to take this spot so that no one else can? I just don't understand what compels someone who's an adult to run for office just to do the will of what they want, or just for a few people. I mean, if that's really what it is, if that's really all you care about, then just say so. Don't pretend. It's annoying. It's disgusting. The side conversations and the sidebars, it's so inappropriate. In a public meeting, public hearing, public whatever, but you don't care. It's easy to see you don't care. I'm just disappointed. You know, I know how it works. I've been involved in this stuff. A lot of it stinks. There's a lot of stuff that's just business as usual, and you just have to take it because people call in. They don't know everything, but like clearly neither do you. Clearly neither do you. You're just gonna go ahead and vote yes. You silenced Joe Burns when he asked a question. Why would you do that? To save your precious time? You're not the only, as if your time is worth more than mine? As if your time is worth more than any of the other people that are on there for the right reasons? I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear this answer. I don't like the way this makes me feel. Like, what, seriously? What the hell is the matter with you people? Please end the mic. I'm annoyed that I have to call in just to say that you guys are just wasting my time. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Robert Bullock.
Hello.
Hi, please state your full name and address for the record.
Robert Bullock, 16 Seymour Street.
Okay, you can begin.
Okay. So I think everyone can agree that, the sewer treatment plant has been a debacle from the beginning, pretty much. I mean, the amount of money we've sunk into this project is just mind-boggling. It's probably the most expensive single capital asset project in Broome County's history. But, so this audit might, do something to finally get this project on track and make some improvements after years of God knows what the hell has been going on. So I'm really curious how the city, considering the importance of this audit, could only put this bid out, and advertise it locally. And on a very, very small scope when, the New York State Central Bid Registry is available. And that's my main question. My main question to you as my representative, well, specifically Giovanni, you're my representative here in the first ward, is, the importance of this audit to not make it available to more qualified firms with less problematic relationships to the plant and to the project, as it's been ongoing. Seems like a tremendous failure of us, of the people, who are paying for this project. And, if you're not demanding, I mean, every one of you should be demanding that this thing be put back out to bid, on a wider scope. What is the problem with that? I cannot, I don't know that much about Veolia. I don't, know about the lawsuits and all this other stuff. Seems a little bit problematic, but I know that they have equipment installed. I know they've been involved with this project and plan to be further involved in the future. So it just seems like there must be, many conflicts of interest there. But even foregoing all that, the idea that the bid was just put out to so few people or so few firms just seems incredibly irresponsible. So every one of you, I would like, to know why you're not demanding that this be put back out there in the central registry and getting probably dozens, if not hundreds of bids. And that's pretty much it. That's all I've got to say. I don't know. Is there I don't know. It just seems like it's apathetic and it's lazy to not demand that, at the very least, on our behalf. This audit is important and how we spend our money is important. So, all right. Thanks, folks.
Okay, next we have John Solak. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, John Solak, New York. Everybody hear me?
Yes, you can begin.
Okay. When Jeff Cram was county executive, that's Jared's father, in the early 90s, and this we were talking about on the city council was a $7 million expenditure on the sewer plant, which was failing because of its bad design. There was a headline in the press and Sun Bulletin that said, "Cram says, I'll buy the sewer plant for $1." That was the headline. That's Jared's late father, the county executive. I'll buy that plant for $1. Because the feeling was, even back then, that the plant was hopelessly flawed and deep in debt. Now, there's other ways to privatize this thing, and for the residents, if they choose to participate in a privatization, to actually make a couple of bucks. The problem is the operating agreement and the ownership structure. In the early 2000s, again, I was with Councilman Alan Brown, And these people came into the meeting and I said, well, what are they doing here? He says, well, they're from Fenton. They want to hook up to the plant. And he and I, we were just beside ourselves. What were all these hookups? Now, about 15 years ago, I advocated that you charge an impact fee, $1,000 per toilet. This was the standard between $500 and $1,000 for a hookup fee. Impact fee, upfront payment is a way to remain ahead of the game a little bit. And since then, you've had thousands of toilets, student housing, and of hotels and motels that you could have got $1,000 for each. But you let them hook up for nothing. And there's the local development corporation that can issue these bonds. But what I would suggest is that you, if you're going to privatize it, you allow the citizens to buy a certain amount of stock, sort of like banks do when they demutualize. And if Viola or anybody else wants to come in and buy the thing, then they would be talking to the owners who would be residents of the city, not just in fact, but in shares. So there's many, many ways out of this mess. But let me tell you something. We're looking at bankruptcy here. And bankruptcy is no shame. Harrisburg had to go bankrupt because of their $295 million thing. And Johnson City is going to go under first because Johnson City has 40% and they have a very low population base. We have no water using industry coming in. So now I'm going to move to another subject. And this is an important subject, the lawsuit against Bates Troy and Brian Cragen. And you look at the allegations in that lawsuit, and they're serious, that toxic spills were covered up. And the complaint says hundreds of thousands of dollars to clean it up. We need soil testing. We need soil testing at Horace Mann School, at Rec Park, down on Main Street. This is serious. These are serious allegations, and a lawyer cannot file a fraudulent complaint. This is not nonsense. Also alleges that Bates Troy and Brian Cragen altered the water meters. Altered the water. This is serious stuff. If you live anywhere in that Laurel Avenue thing, if your kids go to Horace Mann School, take a little soil sample yourself, put it in a brown bag, and send it to some lab and see what's in it. Because now I have notified you.
You have 1 minute left.
I've notified the city, and you need to take immediate action. Not to mention the fact that the allegations concern workmen's compensation fraud, where people were not paying the proper premiums for their workers and taking dangerous people and saying that they are doing dangerous jobs and saying that they were folding towels. So I want to know when the city is going to address, we all remember the McMahon toxic spill and how they bankrupted the McMahons. This is serious stuff. It's actually much worse than McMahon's because everybody knew about it. Nobody knows anything about this. And you better shut Bates Troy down until they can prove that they didn't poison everybody around them. Thank you.
We have this question just for public comment. You're able to speak once, and that is it. So people have asked that question in the Q&A, and I just want to let them know that they're only able to speak once. Next, we'll go back to Marty Dory.
Good evening.
Please state your full name and address for the record.
I am Marty Dury, and I live on the east side and am misrepresented by Tom Scanlon. I am addressing the council tonight to ask Council Member Scanlon and any other members who intend to vote yes on the Veolia contract to audit the work on the joint sewage treatment plant to vote no instead. My reasons are you, those councilmen who intend to vote yes, or any members of the council, none of you have been given the opportunity to read the language of the contract. You simply have no idea what you would be agreeing to. Secondly, there was no concerted effort to seek independent bidders who don't have an interest in the plant or its construction. This is a massive conflict of interest, self-dealing, double dealing. It's nonsense. Thirdly, Veolia has had a hand in construction of the plant and should therefore step away and let an independent company audit the work. I am not opposed to an audit, but an audit performed by a self-interested and possibly self-dealing company is anathema. As Council Member Scanlon knows from his years in the construction business, the state DOT always insists on independent audits of materials used in paving jobs. They don't let the paver certify the job that it completes. It just isn't done in government and private business anywhere. This is simply a matter of checks and balances. Remember your fourth grade civics lessons about the wisdom that the founders gave you about checks and balances, the role of the legislature to check the role of the executive. You guys have forsaken that. To do otherwise is like self-scoring an IQ test and declaring yourself a genius, or even self-scoring a second spelling list like I did in grade school. Fooling myself on that self-scoring did not help me pass any tests in June. The move to employ Veolia under a no bid, no read, closed door contract may be because the David administration is trying to hide all the mistakes it has made or compounded on the out of control sewage treatment plant construction. It may be just putting lipstick on a pig so he can declare himself the best mayor ever, or it may be more sinister. We don't know. I was glad to hear that the Veolia has stepped away from privatization, at least under the current scheme. I think privatization ought to go away entirely, no matter who does it. It's just a matter of union busting. And step one is always to approve the audit. The mayor has insisted that the privatization and the audit are separate items and should not be considered together by people. Well, I say peanut butter, jelly, and bread are separate items until they're combined in a sandwich. Councilman Scanlon, this is the first step in making a PB&J sandwich. I urge Council Member Scanlon and other members who intend to vote yes to have courage for a change, do your job as a legislator, provide checks and balances, do your job as a citizen, and do not participate in the shenanigans that verge on waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption. And in parting, Council Member Scanlon, your remarks Monday, congratulating Council Member Resenetti in shutting down Council Member Burns attempting to ask a question on this topic was disgusting. When I heard your remarks, I also heard the sound of a railroad running this deal down the tracks. Shame on you.
Okay, next we have Brian Whitbeck. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Brian Whitbeck, 40 Main Street, Halstead, Pennsylvania. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, you can be.
Yes, okay. I am a mechanic at the Binghamton Dodge City wastewater plant. I'd like to say that an audit would be great, would be good for the plant. But how about an independent party? When a contractor builds a house, do you have the contractor that built the house do their own inspections? No, you don't. You have someone who has no vested interest, do the inspection, and to make sure that the items were built to specifications and that they work correctly. Now, you have to ask yourself, did this happen at the plant? I would say no. The active flow not working properly, not working correctly, our operators are dumping sand into the system at exponential amounts And also, by the way, we are buying sand from Veolia. The plant staff, operators, mechanics, and management have taken pride in operating the plant, meeting permit every month. We have proven that we can run this plant even with the hand that we were dealt. The maintenance department has gone over and above finding maintenance procedures online on the equipment that was installed in the plant because we did not have the OEMs until about 4 weeks ago, even though the equipment was installed and running about 1.5 years ago. So yes, a maintenance audit would be good, but by a company that does not have an invested interest in the plant and one that does not want to take the privatization. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Elizabeth Mosier.
Hello,
Hi, please state your full name and address for the record.
my name is Elizabeth Moser. I live on Matthews Street in Binghamton. And I thank you all for your service to our community. And I ask you, what are your intentions? What is your desire in voting for Veolia if you are planning to do so? You've heard from so many amazing citizens who care so much, who have taken the time to learn about this issue, right? Taking the time to listen to you, to be present with you tonight, as I am tonight, when so many of us have children, work, so on and so on, but we care. We care very much. I am your neighbor. I am a citizen of this community, and I am a resident of this planet. And what we are dealing with here is a precious, precious resource. And as others have said, water has been designated by the United Nations as a human right. Our right to access water, our right to sanitation, and our right to its affordability. The prospect of commodification of our most precious resource is irresponsible, dangerous, and is of grave consequence. I imagine that many of you have heard of the idea of thinking of 7 generations forward when we make decisions. This is a decision that is weighty. I implore you to take the care that your citizens, your constituents are asking you to take. Veolia has been identified with a long track record of human rights, labor, and environmental abuses. This is not for us. We don't want them here. We don't want them here. That is what every single caller has said to you tonight. There's no shame in voting no against Veolia. There's no shame in voting no to having someone audit the plant who has invested interests. That's wise. That is a wise decision. I encourage you to choose wisely, as you would encourage your own children and own neighbors to choose wisely. You have an incredible responsibility. Veolia is a direct threat to our local workers and to our watershed.
You have 1 minute left.
Veolia is part of a $15 billion merger, is a global water giant, and is now a part of a dangerous monopoly of our precious resource. I give you permission to vote no, to do the right thing. I'm your neighbor. I support you. I thank you. Please. There's no shame in voting no against an auditor that has a great conflict of interest. The
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have Terry Renia. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, okay. This is Terry Renia. I live on Chapin Street in the city of Binghamton. And I'm calling, of course, I want to mention Veolia, although you've heard from some really eloquent speakers tonight. And I'm sure you've all heard the analogy of the homeowner not having the builder inspect their home. But I have another homeowner analogy for you. And it's simply this. If you were going to put a new roof on your home, or you were going to put new siding on your home, I assume most of you would ask for references from the contractor. And when you checked those references, if you found out that they had destroyed the homes of hundreds or thousands of people, I would assume that you wouldn't hire them. But we all know that that's what Veolia's references look like. I listened to the work session Monday night. I heard the gentleman from Veolia change the vernacular from audit to assessment. It changes nothing. It is still an audit. They are still assessing their own work. And we've heard tonight that their own work could probably use a little inspection, but I would say not from them. I hope that we will hear from all of you or the city regarding the ongoing problems that appear to be happening with Veolia's work. And I am curious, as I'm sure many of my neighbors are, to know that all of that will be covered under warranty, as I heard them say at your work session Monday night. So I am asking for someone to please follow up with an answer to the question. Will the actuators, will the problem with the sand, will all of that be taken care of by Veolia at their expense, or are ratepayers once again going to be on the hook? And I'm going to beg you to vote no on the Veolia contract. Unfortunately, based on the press release that everyone is talking about, I think I'm wasting my breath. According to the mayor's press release, the decision has been made. The GOP majority is voting for this tonight, and we know there's 4 of you. And so we know that this is a done deal. And I admire everyone who's taking time out of their schedule to call in and to voice their objections on what we all know is a done deal. But what I want to say is what that press release, when I found out, when I saw it in WF, what that press release did for me was to shine a really bright light on how this council continues to operate. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You are independent folks who were elected by your neighbors, by the people in your district. They elected you to represent them and your best interests, not the mayor's. It's okay to disagree, but your job is checks and balances. And you guys aren't even trying to hide your disdain for your colleagues anymore. There is no attempt to work together. You silence them when they try to ask questions. You are working directly with the mayor's office, withholding information, making decisions, allowing the mayor to speak for you. And you know what? If the four of you have decided that's what you want to do, that's up to you. But you have disenfranchised 18,000 people in this city, because that's about how many of us live in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th district. Finally, Councilman Scanlon, your behavior is despicable. What I heard from you on Monday night made my blood boil. And Councilwoman Resinetti, I feel sorry for you, but I know better than to believe that in the university setting, in a professional setting where you work, that you would ever let someone interrupt you the way he interrupts you at virtually every meeting for the last 4 months to mansplain to you how you should be doing things. And then when he pulled that the other night, basically what it sounded like is, yep, this is my girl. I've been coaching her. That a girl, Sophia. His behavior is disgusting. And I'm sorry that you're forced to put up with it. And I hope that you will choose to stand up to him publicly and tell him that you will no longer be disrespected, because you're setting a bad example for your daughters and other young women. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Mary Clark.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. Oh, I'm Mary Clark. I live at Laurel Avenue in the city of Binghamton, and I'm very proud to have Angela Riley as my representative. And thankful. Anyways, as I started to say earlier in the evening, I was really disturbed when I saw on the WBNG website that the mayor has issued a press statement, and that basically you haven't even voted yet. Basically saying, we're all on board, we're going ahead with this audit with Veolia. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, you haven't even voted yet. Boy, the mayor really takes you all for granted. Just you're his lackeys and you're doing anything that he wants. And that really surprises me. It doesn't matter even what we say here tonight. It's so disheartening to understand not a word that we utter from our mouths make a difference. And people have made some really significant points of that you should take caution and not support this for the myriad of reasons that people had said. It just reminds me, like, why do you have public comment? It reminds me, just as we did the public comment on the police modernization or reimagining reform stuff, and there was incredibly good input, a lot of work and research people had said, heartbreaking things that moms raised of their children and mothers of color. It was, and not one single word was changed in the proposal that the mayor drew up pretty much single-handedly. And when you talk to the commissioners, they virtually had to say yes or no to things, and they had no input in changing the words. This is how our government is working. And it's shocking to me. I mean, I say I come to this public hearing because this is what democracy looks like. And I would hope that having people's input would have some effect on you all. And I'm really shocked. I know, like Geo, we don't always agree, but at least I thought you were somewhat of an independent thinker. No clear independent thinker could think this is a good idea to hire the company that put in the equipment to police themselves, just like having police themselves is not a good idea. I say all this to say that I'm truly shocked that you all seem like you have some brains about you, but you're just doing what you're told. And for what reason? This is our biggest resource. It's the most expensive resource we have as a community, and we're just not paying attention, not having the safeguards that we need to have this investment work well for us. I have confidence in the men and women at the plant who work their day and night. They do. And we should listen to what they say. And I think you all need to listen to what has been said here tonight and vote no on this. What is the rush? What is the reason that we're choosing this, making this bad decision? There's 1,000 reasons that have already been stated why this isn't good for our community and what's in it. There's nothing in it for us to go down this road. And you have to question.
You have 1 minute left.
For the mayor to continue to push this agenda. You know, maybe he's leaving office. Maybe he'll get a good kickback from them. Who knows? But I don't mean to cast aspersions, but it does make you wonder, why would we go down this dangerous path that's very bad for our community when you have other options? You could call the DEC even does audits. We could have a public entity actually do the audit. There's a lot of options, and I would hope that you would use your brains and really think about this, because there's every reason not to support this proposal. And I would hope that you would think independently and smartly and join with community voices and vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Michael Dundon. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Michael Dundon, 13 Bradley Street, Binghamton, New York, on the east side. So I wanted to look up what city council meant in Webster's dictionary, and here's what it said. A city council is a group of duly elected official who serves the legislative body of a city. Pretty cut and dry. The second sentence, city council members are tasked with representing the interests of their constituents. Now that one was pretty interesting to me, because as this process has gone on, each and every one of you have heard from constituents, not only in your own districts, but across the whole city. So if you're going to go ahead and still vote for this after hearing what your constituents want, it makes me wonder one of two things. People either get into positions to be an elected official because they want to better their community, or they want to better their pockets. And if you're going to vote against what every single one of your constituents want, I'd have to say you're probably going to be there to better your pocket or to better yourself. And that is the whole wrong reason for anybody to ever be an elected official. So I'm hoping you look deep down inside yourselves and you do what your constituents want. Or I hope in 2 years we all band together and we vote your asses out of office. I have nothing more to say. I hope you have a good night.
Okay. Next we have Sarah Dithofer. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Sarah Dinhofer, 30 Handel Street. Can everybody hear me all right? Okay, perfect. I'm calling to discuss the recent press release. I just wanted to point out, I found it to be really intentionally vague, first of all, left all the options on the table for the future, including a renewed RFP bid. It was super last minute, seemingly in order to reduce any blowback from the public. Didn't seem like any novel ideas were brought up, so I'm not really sure what the other purpose of waiting until the last minute could possibly be. And completely disingenuous. There's some claim in it made by the mayor's office and council Republicans that they've been inquisitive or done research into the plant at all. As Tina pointed out earlier in the meeting tonight, the Republicans on the council only took interest once they were shamed by every single caller at last week's meeting. This is not a reasoned conclusion to continued line of questioning. It's the minimum that you think you need to do to distract the public while keeping your plan moving. The way that the council president's censorship was applauded at Monday's work session by Councilman Scanlon just proves that point. And honestly, it's a shame that the councilman didn't find the public's commentary on his behavior important enough to even show his face for this. That's it. That's all I've got. Have a good night.
Okay, next we have Celia O'Neill. They're muted right now.
Yes, thank you. I hope
Please
I'm
state your full name and address for the record.
Yes, I'm Cecily O'Neill. I live on Helen Street in Binghamton. And I hope that the city council members, regardless of party, will take this opportunity to reconsider any kind of contract with Veolia. Veolia has a terrible track record. We know, almost all of us know at least a little bit about what happened in Flint, Michigan. Now, there are elected officials in Michigan being sued for their participation in what happened there to the water. All of the callers tonight have raised very serious concerns, and it's time for City Council and the mayor to reconsider this proposal. Thank you.
Next, we have Ruth Blizzard. Please state your full name and address for the record. Ruth, can you hear us? We cannot hear you if you are speaking. I can allow the next person to speak and then we can go back. Okay. Now we have Bob. Please state your full name and address for the record.
My name is Bob Wilson. I live on Airport Road. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can begin.
Why doesn't anyone just explain why Veolia must do this audit? Why isn't there a Republican on the council who will come out and tell their constituents, the residents, why this contract with this company is the only option for the best interest of the public? Just say Veolia must do this audit because, and then fill in the blank. Explain, who supports this? Why aren't your legions of constituents who are in favor of this contract, why aren't they calling in? Can you open up your city email inboxes to the public to show us how they're teaming with your constituents' support for this deal? That the support is more vociferous and more numerous than the opposition that's been expressed to it? Where are these people? Where are the supporters in this city for this contract? Name them. Otherwise, who are you doing this for? Why can't you just explain why you're doing what you're doing? No one's given an answer to that question, why it has to be Veolia and why it is that that this is in the best interest of the residents of the city. Nobody's offered. The best that they can come up with is to have conflicting descriptions of the state of the bid with the mayor who controls them. That's the best you can do. You don't even respond to anybody. These people call in person after person. I hear new people every meeting, people I've never heard of before calling in about this. Where are the supporters? Who are you doing this for? Why don't you explain that? Explain why you must vote yes on this, despite this enormous, uniform public outcry against it. I've not heard anyone outside of the Republicans on city council and in the mayor's office to express their support for this. No one. It's literally the five of you. The mayor and his 4 lapdogs. Belligerent, rude, smug, unlettered, express nothing but contempt for their residents, racists, bigots, liars, cowards. Thank you. Have a bad night.
Okay, next, I will allow, this name is King Jimbo. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Hello?
Hi, please state your full name and address for the record.
My name is Talon Thomas, Virgil Street, Binghamton. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can begin.
All right, I'm really calling in to speak on behalf of the youth center and the youth in the city. Are you sure you can hear me well? 'Cause I'm on a cell phone.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, well, I'm basically calling in to speak on behalf of the youth in the city. I really don't know too much about what's going on with this water contract. From what it sounds like, it doesn't really sound like it's a good thing. And if it's a part of the youth center, maybe we can consider a new contract with somebody else. But as far as the youth center itself, I think that it's something that really needs to be established in the city for the youth. I think it's something that's really, really needed. The youth really have nothing to do. They really have nowhere to go. They really have no programs or anything that they can do. If they want to play basketball, they have to go to the YMCA and pay a fee. I believe that mothers need a place that's a little more affordable as far as childcare. I think it should be free childcare, honestly. I've spoken to the mayor numerous times on this topic, and I feel like the city council should get together, or whoever's in position to do something about this decision should get together and really tackle this topic, because it's something that's really needed in the city as far as the youth. And that's really, I really don't have any much to say. A lot of people know me, some people don't. I'm really all about the youth. Joe knows me. I've met a couple other people myself. And I think everybody knows what needs to be done as far as that topic and as far as the youth center. And I hope we get a vote yes on that topic. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have John Patterson.
Yes, John Patterson, 184 Helen Street, Binghamton, New York. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. Thank you very much for the opportunity of talking to City Council. I have been on City Council, not here in Binghamton, another municipality, for 4 years, and I know these decisions are tough, and you have to really wrestle with them and be able to look the people in the eye later on. And so I would like to say, use your conscience, use what feels good in your mind and your heart, not what party dictates. But what I want to talk about is two things. I'm listening to all this and I don't hear anybody in favor of it. So apparently nobody's in favor of it, or they'd be talking about it. Secondly, there's an issue that I haven't heard about yet. I like to fish in the river, and I've gone down below Gaudi Station and fished and watched how bad that water comes down through that side. It is disgusting. And the fish that are pulled out of there, particularly smallmouth bass, have cancers on them. Now, where does that come from? You don't find it in the Shenango River. You find it in the Susquehanna River below the sewer treatment plant. Now, something is not right here. If this company has been involved with us all this year and all this time, and they have not corrected this, DEC is constantly fining us because of bad water coming on. What is going on? Third, when you hire an outside firm, a large multi-billion-dollar corporation, they will tie you up in courts forever and ever with their attorneys. You will never get any satisfaction. Deal with the local folks, deal with the local municipalities. Those are the people that you can look in the eye, talk to them, and see what's going on. Hopefully they'll give you the right answers. I hope you vote your conscience and not political lines. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
No hands are raised right now.
Grace, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
we have a couple more hands.
Okay.
I'll allow Susan Link to speak.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you once again for giving us the opportunity.
Please state your full name and address for the record.
I'm sorry, I know better than that.
You're okay.
Susan Link, and I live on the east side. I'm in Tom Scanlon's district. I'm not very happy. Anywho, well, we've had 3 meetings in regard to this, and once again, here it is, almost 8 o'clock. You guys all look tired. I know you're tired. I'm tired too. And I'm sure everybody who's been calling is tired. We all work. We're all busy. We get it. You know, I've worked with other communities, and it's wonderful to see, whether we agree or disagree, there's so many people in Binghamton who are calling you and sharing their opinions and their fears and their reasons. It's like the last caller who mentioned fishing. My husband was a bass fisherman. He'd be very disappointed in this, I gotta tell you. But there's something else on a personal level. When this water gets contaminated, because it's gonna, let's be honest, and the other gentleman and several others who said they can tie you up in court for years, that's reality. That's how corporate, especially multi-billion-dollar corporations work. But think of it this way. Let's say you have to have surgery. You have to have an IV put in your arm. Are you going to want contaminated water in that IV? When you're having surgery and they got you cut open and they have to flush your system, do you want that to be contaminated water? Because once it's contaminated, it's almost impossible to get it back to its original state. Now, Mr. Councilman Strawn, I know you don't agree with any of us. And Mr. Scanlon, Councilman Scanlon, you too. You two both, through every single meeting, have either crossed your arms like you're pissed, you're rolling your eyes. Mr. Scanlon, you laughed at a couple callers this evening. And these are individuals who are trying to tell you the consequences of what's going to happen. And I said this before, the mayor's leaving. He's gone, one way or the other. So you all are really going to be the ones holding the bag. And you're all nice people. And it's not, I don't think everybody who's calling thinks you're bad people. They're just trying, I figured we've been talking now, what, 8 to 10 hours through all these different meetings. And I too was thinking, how come nobody's calling in support of? Maybe I missed it. I attended every single one and stayed, but I didn't hear anybody. So the residents of the city of Binghamton are telling you, no, we don't agree. They gave you reasons why they don't agree. They gave you stats, statistics to explain to you why this is not a good idea. And I'm kind of feeling a little discouraged, to be honest, because I look at city council, all of you, whether I'm in your district or not, as leaders for our community, for our children to look up at you and say, when I grow up, I want to be like Sophia, or I want to be like Angela. Boy, they really got it together. It could be Mr. Councilman Scanlon as well, because they do watch. We do listen. Can you all recall in the last 10 years, have you had this many phone calls between the police thing and this? Because I attend a lot of your meetings. I have never seen it go for 2.5 hours. Maybe I'm wrong. I haven't attended all your meetings. I have a lot. Please, I'm told your decision's already been made. If you can't do it for your residents of the city of Binghamton, you ought to do it for yourselves.
You have 1 minute left.
Because eventually, you know what? We all get old. We all have to go to the hospital. We all have to have procedures. We can be young and have to do the same things. Now, if you think you're going to bring water in from the outside, like the poor folks in Flint, Michigan had to do, I hope you have a lot of money, because by then the cost of water goes up. I want to thank you for your time, and I know this is tough decisions for all of you, and I appreciate all of you. Thank you and take care.
Next, we have Lori Gagne. I allowed her to speak earlier, but she wasn't available.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. My
Please-
name is Lori Gagne. I live at 27 Davis Street on Binghamton's west side. What I want to know is something a previous caller asked, and that is the origin of this. How did a company like Veolia, with a terrible record of safeguarding the health and safety of those people who live within their systems, their privatized water systems, how did they even come to be considered for this? If you were interviewing people to come take care of your family, to come take care of your children, would you open your door and say, please, please come in, to a known abuser? And yet this is what the mayor and the city council is doing. The people involved with Veolia in these cities are being charged with crimes. The state attorney general of Michigan just announced these crimes for Governor Snyder and those in his office. They're anything from perjury, carrying a 15-year felony, misconduct in office, all the way up to involuntary manslaughter, 9 counts. These are felonies. They carry heavy penalties and the possibility of 15 years in prison. Would these charges be brought against these public officials if Veolia had done nothing wrong and they were completely blameless and above board? I don't believe they would, because as one caller also noted, you can't bring frivolous cases. The courts will see you out the door. Even if any of these and all of these officials manage to escape retributions for the things that they are charged with, their names are going to be attached to these things for the rest of their lives and their children's lives. Their names are going to live in local and state infamy. I have lived in Binghamton for about 30 years now. I came here in 1990 to get a graduate degree in history, and I fell in love with this area and I never left. It was the most beautiful place I'd ever seen. The hills, it was fall. The hills were beautiful. I just can't understand how you think anything good is going to come from this. What will happen to Binghamton if Veolia is allowed in and if their abominable track record is then borne out? If it doesn't bother you to think about people, individuals, and children, think about something more concrete. Let's talk property values. I went on Flint's Realtor.com site, and the first thing they show you when you put real estate in Flint, in Flint, Michigan, and you go to Realtor.com, they show you the median property value of the average of the homes. And the average median home price in Flint is $58,000. That is less than half of what the median home price here is in Binghamton. The only things that were selling for over $500,000 were huge undeveloped areas of land. Houses that were over $300,000, I made sure to read the property descriptions. The property descriptions said things like, whole house water purification / filtration system. Another comparably priced house made clear that they were off the grid well system with septic, it said. So you see, these property owners are being very careful to let any prospective buyer know we have nothing to do with Flint water. Now, is this something that we want for our city?
You have
Do
1
we
minute left.
want people to have to think about these things? You seem to take some kind of pleasure in ignoring what people are saying here. And I think that kind of arrogance is kind of appalling. But in a public servant, it's reprehensible. You can do this without public support for whatever motivations you might have. I don't know what they are. Our children live here. Our grandchildren might live here. You don't care about the water they drink because, hey, maybe you can afford a water purification system, and too bad for them if they can't. But people will be harmed by this, and your names will be attached to it forever. The degree I came here to get was in history. I will write a nice little pamphlet for Binghamton's library to be included in there. Your names will be attached to this forever. History always has the last word. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Rick Sprout.
Unmute. Hi, Rick Sprout, West Watson Boulevard, Endwell. We know I grew up in Binghamton, and we always used to joke, Rod Serling didn't write about Binghamton, he reported on it. And I think this is a terrific example of this. People have already been very eloquent about Veolia and all the the corporate malfeasance that's going on. But people have they've been asking, why isn't there any people in favor of the privatization, in favor of Veolia? The reason that they're not calling in is because the deals have been made, and they're not made in public. They're made in back rooms. They're made in bars. They're made in restaurants. They're made in City Hall in the back rooms. I follow your campaign literature over the years, and I noticed that most of you don't even affiliate with a party. You've all run on like how you love Binghamton and all different things, but you've never talked about what you really believe in. You don't talk about your political affiliation, and you don't talk about what you believe in. You don't talk about, I believe in privatization. I believe in breaking unions. I believe in crushing people's spirits. And it's one of the reason that you don't use the party affiliation is because people, for the most part, are onto it. And the largest largest political organization, voters in the United States don't vote. They're not Democrats, they're not Republicans. And this is a perfect issue of why that is, because this isn't a Democrat or Republican issue, this is a corporate issue. And one of the things that's become abundantly clear from talking with people about this over and over and over again, it's not just in Binghamton. It happened in Endicott with the trying to build a lithium battery incinerator in downtown Endicott that would kill millions of people. Okay, but one of the things that's become very clear is that the people that work at the plant are the ones that should be making the decisions. The brothers and sisters that work at the plant are the ones that have saved us for years and years and years. And it's not a question of lead in Broome County. It's a question of sewage that would be let out into the water that would kill people downstream. So our responsibility, our community's history or legacy would be cholera. It would be bubonic, it would be all sorts of illnesses that came from waterborne diseases that were gone from here for many, many years. So voting no is number one, but also when you're running for office, tell us what you want, because I think the other issue that's real important is that the people that work, the brothers and sisters that work at the sewage treatment plant are union workers. And as we know, recently, we're planning on getting an Amazon factory, a warehouse that the county executive has welcomed as a terrific idea. There hasn't been any discussion about that either, but they'd be non-union workers. They'd be lousy people that got lousy wages and lousy pay. And that's, I think, what the real issue is what's going on between the deals that go on around the corporate boardrooms of the hospitals, of Boscov's, of the different developments, whether they be called Mondev, Cragen, whatever their names are. So vote no, and we'll keep you accountable, all of you. Thank you.
Okay, next we'll allow Andrea Kastner to speak.
Hey there, can you?
Yes, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was just calling in.
Full name and address for the record.
Oh yeah, right. Sorry about that. Yeah, my name is Andrea Kastner. I live on Lathrop in Binghamton. And I guess I'm calling in, even though I hadn't really planned on it, because, you know, I've been reading about this company, and I'm here in Binghamton. I have 2 kids. They go to Horace Mann, and I was listening to all these callers call in with all these concerns about the water. And I have a very good friend, a Binghamton photographer. Her name is Katie Kazanowicz, and she's gone over to Flint for Report for America. And I've been seeing what it's like in the aftermath of when we get one of these disastrous companies involved in our water. And it's horrific. It's, you know, people drinking bottled water all day, every day. Nobody, you know, just everyone being used to it. Like, that's just how it is now. And I'm just calling with a hope and like a gratitude if you guys vote against getting this company to audit its own equipment. It seems beyond unwise. It's such an obvious conflict of interest. It goes beyond any kind of party line. It's just malpractice to have a company audit itself. And I'm really hoping that listening to this uninterrupted stream of all kinds of citizens being unanimous that this poorly thought out decision will get repaired, and that there's still time to vote against it. There's still time to fix this. So I really hope that you guys will have listened, and that you'll think about, you know, kids like my kids, and think about the community that you love, and make sure that we don't end up having to deal with the really sad and you know, difficult kind of journey that other cities like Pittsburgh, like that have been affected by Veolia, are dealing with now. So thank you so much.
Okay, Grace, do you see any hands raised at this point?
No, I do not.
All right, so I think we can move
one
on.
just raised.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, this is Nathan Hotchkiss. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Hi, this is Nathan Hotchkiss. I'm at Chapin Street. I feel like everything's already been said, but I just wanted to say that I'm very encouraged by the number of callers that have called in, and I appreciate that they're taking the time to be engaged in this process. And I just want to second pretty much everybody's comment that has already been made. The only other thing I'd like to comment on is at the work session on Monday, the only feeling that I got when the Veolia guys were talking was that they were just salesmen. Like every answer they got seemed like a sales pitch to me, like, oh, we're the best company, we can do all these great things for you, but we have the biggest network of all these industrial areas and connections. And it just made me feel like they're going through all this effort for what? For just this like $66,000 contract? Like that's peanuts to like a multi-billion-dollar company. So it seems obvious to me that they're the only thing that they're trying to do is to get involved, get embedded in the plant and like position themselves as a resource to continue to sell equipment, to continue to sell consulting services. And it's just going to be a huge, huge money sink. And obviously there's the conflict of interest that everyone has already stated. So I'm just really don't want this to happen. I don't know anybody who would be in favor of Veolia doing this audit other than the mayor. And I think it's telling that everyone can see how terrible of a decision this would be. That's all I had to say. Thanks for taking my call.
Okay, Grace, no hands up?
No hands.
All right, so at this point, we can just move on to the next portion of our agenda, our meeting tonight. So we have, thank you everyone, all the callers. We have legislation on second read that was previously held over. Let's have Councilman Strawn introduce introductory ordinance 21
This is Councilwoman Friedman. Sorry, point of order. Do we need a motion to close the public comment section?
Public hearing, yes. Public comment, no, I believe. Am I correct, Ken?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, public
Okay.
comment just ends when it really there's a decision to end it.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, thanks.
So let's have Councilman Strawn introduce introductory ordinance 21-30 considered in finance.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask Council for unanimous consideration of introductory ordinance 21-30, an ordinance to amend the Binghamton-Johnson Joint Sewage Treatment Facilities 2021 budget for a city solicited audit of plant maintenance.
I need a second.
Sorry, I was on mute. I'll second that.
Any comments?
I have a comment, Madam President.
Yes, Councilman Burns.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Madam President, is in regard to this ordinance 2130 and the following one 2124 with Veolia, I would like to commend the mayor for taking the step of taking the private management bids off the table and taking the discussion of that off the table for the remainder of his term. And I think that a lot of people think that that does away with the conflict of interest that we have using Veolia. However, it does not. And Veolia has a lot of equipment in the plant, equipment that is not working properly. The tour that I took the other day, I saw the three of you on the tour, and Mr. Fifi told me, he's the senior operator there, that he calls Veolia almost every day over the equipment that is not working properly. And you know, I had a hot water heater put into my house. I called a good plumber, a union plumber. And he came, he put it in. He had to get a permit from the city to put it in. He put it in. Then somebody from the city actually comes to inspect it to see if he did a good job. I knew he was going to do a good job. He's a union guy. But we had an independent person come and inspect the work. He didn't just tell the city didn't just call the guy on his cell phone and say, you inspect it yourself and, you know, send me the report. I just think that I just don't know why we were doing this. It doesn't make sense to me. So in regards to these two RLs, 2130, 2140, 2124, excuse me, I make a motion that we table both of these. Oh, and also we've now said in the mayor's press release that we are going to give, I think it's almost 2 months for the plant to get ready for the audit. So if we have 2 months to go for the audit, I make a motion now that we table both of these and take that time to do another RFP and put that out there for as long as it takes, a month, whatever, until we find a company that has no vested interest in our plant. And we can find that company and we can hire that company without losing any time at all, because now there is no emergency to hire someone. So we have until, I think it was June, whatever that date was, it's 2 months away. So I make a motion that we table both.
This
Can
is
I-
Councilwoman Friedman. I'll second that motion.
Can I just jump in? It's second read legislation. There's really no motion to hold, right? What you'd be asking people to do, Councilman, what you'd be asking people to do is to remove their name so that it would be withdrawn from the floor. But there is no proper motion to hold second
Okay, so can I
read
make,
legislation.
do I make a motion for them to do that or just ask? them?
No, it's just, it would be a request.
Okay, so.
There is no motion. But I understand what you're saying, but that would be the process.
I've taken my name off and I request all my colleagues to do the same. And that way the mayor can do another RFP, send it out there and get a company, because I honestly don't know why we're putting ourselves through this. Why, when the report comes back? I mean, anyway, thank you very much.
Madam President, can I say something?
Yes, Councilman Strong.
I don't, sometimes I just listen, I'll say a ton of things. I could talk for a half hour on this. I'm absolutely fascinated by the last 2 hours and 15 minutes. I don't even know where to start here. Almost everything that's been said for the last 2 hours and 15 minutes is the exact opposite of what's happened over the last 2 weeks, at least from my perspective, or more. I don't know why anybody else did this. We're here to solve problems, or we're here to just complain. I really am confused. I care deeply. I mean, I heard the cholera, bubonic plague. We can go through this list. We take pleasure in this. I mean, this is crazy, the stuff that we just listened to for 2 hours, at least from my perspective. As far as the plan, have we even talked about the privatization? Do you realize what has changed in this legislation and these two things over the last 2 weeks since we met? If we wanted to ram this through, it would have been, we would have done this a week ago Monday. Like, this is second read legislation. We canceled the special meeting to go through this. We had public comment last time. We had public comment this time. Okay. A bunch of us went down to the plant. We talked to the people. I'm absolutely fascinated. We had bipartisan sitting there, including Councilman Burns. They told us, people at the plant, Veolia, we're okay with Veolia doing this assessment. They told us that to our face. This is unbelievable to me. They told us that they were okay with Veolia doing it, and they just wanted more time, okay? When I campaigned in 2019, a resident of my district that works there, a good man, we don't want privatization. Privatization is off the table right now, right? We got them more time. We couldn't get them 12 months, but we got them 2 months to get to keep working on the system that they showed us. They did us a great service. They did us a great tour. I appreciate it. This is crazy. They took us around. Mr. Afifi, Elliot was there. He had a knee replacement, so he couldn't walk with us. He talked to us afterwards. Ron Lake was there. I'm just flabbergasted by this, quite frankly, because we stood in the gap for them even on Monday night with Veolia. Veolia is on the record. This is not against the employees. We're defending the employees. We are listening to what they said. We got them more time. Privatization is off the table. Okay. They said, and I have a different take on what I heard. Veolia is trying to call Mr. Afifi while we're doing the tour. He wasn't calling to complain or whatever. They're trying to help. They're one of the vendors at that plant that's actually trying to get the stuff to work right. So you can have a different perspective on what you want. They are trying to get the stuff to work right. They're one of the vendors that use the plant that is actually responding to us and calling back and trying to fix it. And they said on Monday night that much of this equipment is still under warranty, okay? They told us, I'm gonna say it again, they told us they were okay with Veolia doing it. the leadership of the plant. I'm fascinated by the employees willing to call in and continue to complain when people on this panel are standing up for them, even right now. We're standing up for them. We stood up for them Monday night. We continue to stand up for them. But to continue to complain that we're not standing up for them is unbelievable to me. I don't even know, and this isn't about our water source. This is about the sewer treatment plant. We don't want cholera. We don't want the bubonic plague. We don't want any of that. We live here too. We do listen to our people. We did listen to the people at the plant. We're basically doing what they asked us to do and stand in the gap for them. Who else is standing in the gap for them that they asked us to do? We are doing that right now. So I apologize. I don't usually do this, but I just can't believe that almost everything that was said is the exact opposite of what actually happened over the last 2 weeks. It's crazy. And we did push back. We did do all of those things. We didn't just toe the company line. We didn't do any of that. And that's all I have to say. And by the way, this is assessment audit. I'm from the financial world. I think assessment is than an audit in this situation. $66,000. Well, if we don't like what they say, we could just say we're not going to do anything else again. How could you extrapolate this to the extent of what bad could happen and the death plague that's going to come on Binghamton if this happens? It's unbelievable to me that we're going to that extent. So I am supporting this, and I am standing in the gap for the employees. We are doing our due diligence. We are pushing back when necessary to make this happen. And I just want to go on the record and saying that. And if we don't like what they did, then they won't do any more business for us. But the privatization's off the table. The people at the plant have no problem with Veolia doing it. And that's what they said. So if the people at the plant want to discuss with each other, which side they're really on, that's up to them. But that's what I heard personally from them 2 days ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Strong. Any more comments? We'll go with Councilwoman Riley. I think you had your hand up first.
Yes, thank you, Council President Rezanetti, and thank you to everyone that has called in to voice their concerns. I appreciate hearing the feedback from the constituents because many of you were not privy to the press release to which my fellow council person is speaking about what they've done. I myself received the press release and I was unsure if it was, in fact, if the actions had occurred. Again, being a member of council, I would expect that I would have heard this through my council people instead of a press release. And I'm still not sure this press release is somewhere where everyone can read what you mean by stand in the gap, Councilman Strong. So I can't speak to what's here. I know many of the comments, many of the callers talked about the privatization being gone, the privatization bid ending. I want to see it. Where's the documentation outside of a press release that says that has been closed officially? Where is the information that we should have as council people moving into a business meeting outside of a press release to know what kinds of conversations have been had? So I, like the community, feel as if I've been left out of a conversation. And if things have been made to stand in the gap, I would like to know outside of a press release. I still feel, as my other council member, Mr. Burns said, that there is still a major conflict. We won't mention the fact that I did try to look up the WBNF, and it does say that agreements were made with the company about a start date. How can an agreement be made if nothing's been executed? We've talked about this contract over and over, nothing's been executed. So how can other agreements be made? Conversations are being had, and again, it's very partisan because I was not invited to said conversation. I'm relying on a press release to hear what was done. I would like to add, though, that many of us did visit the sewage treatment plant before, and I will share that we've visited and we've listened, we've heard, and we stand in the gap for the employees and this investment of the city's major investment. Now, there are promises in the press release, but again, I would like to see the promises. I'd like to see some documentation. I'd like to talk about it as council members so that I know the validity of said claims. I shouldn't have to receive my news through a press release. How many times have I said that? And so I still stand because based upon our conversations in the work session, based upon our emails back and forth, I've not received anything from either of you about any plans to slow the progress of all this stuff that's in the press release that isn't on our website. And I'm not sure who received it and when the public will have access to this press release. But until I hear it the way business should be handled within council through an email, like we receive our RLs, then I don't know. I still side with Councilman Burns and all of the callers, and I still vote no. My name is already off the legislation, Councilman Burns. So I thank you for that request.
Thank you. Any other comments? I think, yes, Councilman Freeman.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a lot of thoughts, as I'm sure we all do. I first want to say thank you so much to all of the callers who have devoted a lot of their free time to calling in on multiple occasions to discuss this proposed audit / maintenance plan / contract, whatever it is, the name keeps changing. A lot of the callers made excellent points, insightful points. They did their research. So I don't want to echo everything that they've said. I agree with probably 95% of what those callers said. But I want to raise some concerns with this press release that was sent out at 2:59 p.m. today. Many of us, myself included, do work full time aside from this job. I get out of work at 5 p.m. So essentially, I had about 50 minutes with which to consider this press release. So, like other people have said, it worries me that there's a start date already in this press release. I am confused as to why we waited until 3 hours before the meeting started to say in this press release that we're committing to some of the things that the public has been asking for weeks now. I am also concerned with the vague language here. We've agreed to formally end the private management discussions. I want to know how we can say, like, I want in writing that these discussions are over, not tabled for now, but over. I also am really concerned. So this is the first press release that I've received that came from the Office of Mayor David that has statements from city council members. I was not consulted. I was not asked my opinion about this. It's concerning to me that and I'm quoting here, the statement from Binghamton City Council majority in support of maintenance assessment plan. That's reads to me like a little bit pushy, right? By the way, just so you know, these are the majority of the council members. How can you say this is the majority are in support of the maintenance plan if you didn't talk to everybody? Or are we just making an assumption here that only the Republicans were consulted on this? That doesn't sit right with me. Even though, yes, the Democrats are in the minority, I understand that. This is shady, straight up. This is shady that we can have a statement from all of the Republicans and none of the Democrats, or I can only speak for myself. I don't know if the other Democrats were consulted. I certainly was not. So that I am irked by that. I also want to speak in support of the motion, I guess, that Councilman Burns made. If, let's say, if we are going by this press release that, let me get the language here, that Veolia has agreed to not begin work until June 16th, again, problematic because we have not contracted with Veolia, but let's take that date at face value. There's no reason to push legislation through now for the audit. The timeline was another concern that has been brought up, that not all of the equipment is online yet. So I also have revoked my sponsorship of this piece of legislation, and I as well call on my other council members to remove their names as well. That's not to say that we are against an audit. Literally nobody is against an audit. I am against this particular audit by this particular company at this particular time. There is no reason, and it's frankly suspicious to me that we are so bent on getting this through right away. That, again, it doesn't sit right with me because nobody has yet to explain to me or the general public why this has to be done right away by this company. So I don't see any reason to vote on this legislation. I call on my fellow council members to revoke their sponsorship from this legislation. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councilman Scaringi, go ahead. You're muted, just so you know.
I apologize. Thank you, Madam President. Forgive me, I'm just collecting some thoughts. I'm going to maximize this just so I can make sure I can see everyone as best as possible. I guess I'll preempt all of this by saying you're going to see my head. For those of you who are watching or listening, you're probably going to see my head down, dip a little bit, because I have quite a bit of notes here and a lot of things to address. One of the major questions that came up during public comment tonight is, tell us why you are voting the way you are. And to each of you who asked that question, you deservedly deserve an answer to that. And over the next few minutes, that is what I am going to attempt to do. I want to thank everyone for all the phone calls, the letters, the emails, the text messages that I'm receiving right now, the emails, the tours, the meetings, the conference calls. You know, through everything related to this, it's really, I think it's actually important to know something that's incredibly positive, which is, in the broadest sense, there's actually a fundamental agreement about an important premise to all of this, and that is that an audit is necessary. Largely, most people have agreed with that underlying premise. Many, if not all, the members of this body included. It shouldn't be any surprise that up until and through the last meeting, particularly with the questions that I asked directly to Veolia, I was not happy, or I'm going to be quite frank, supportive of VRL. Privatization of the Binghamton-Johnson sewage treatment plant is something that I vehemently do not support. I was on record in 2019 with members of this body on both sides of the aisle, publicly, in meetings, and even in the local press. I did not support privatization then. I do not support privatization now. I tried my best tonight to write down and type down as best as I could all of the great points and questions that were brought up during public comment, as well as the last meeting. And I'm going to try to address as many of those as I possibly can, because those individuals deserve that. So I will try my best. There was a comment and a question related to references on Veolia as a company, and the current relationships that they have with municipalities. In New York State, that includes in part the city of Poughkeepsie in Dutchess County and the city of Buffalo. Through a lot of the research that I've been doing over the past months and weeks regarding this, I found it very interesting that in the city of Buffalo specifically, they actually have sort of what you might almost call a hybrid or blended model, where there is privatization, if you will, in the sense of the managerial roles at the plant, but the actual plant employees who operate the plant on a daily, and I think as Councilwoman Riley had pointed out, even nightly basis, right, 24/7, and Councilman Burns, I think, had mentioned that as well. They've worked with the city of Poughkeepsie for over 40 years. Somebody mentioned a comment about it's okay to disagree, and I couldn't agree with you more. Absolutely. If you want to get partisan for a moment, which I don't, some people talked about political party tonight, and if there's one thing on this earth that I care less about, it is the meaningless letter after someone's last name that does nothing more than indicate a political party. This is local municipal government. There is no Democrat or Republican right way to pave a road, to listen to people, to seek out their concerns, and if possible, try to find a way through. Many of my colleagues on this body and in the last council know that from a partisan perspective, being okay to disagree, nobody knows that better than me. And at times that's come at my own detriment, and I don't care. When I came here in January 2016, I told the mayor then, I will tell the mayor now, as I have, and every member of this body, my lens is the 1st District and the city of Binghamton, nothing more. Those are the people who elected me. Those are the people that I am responsible for. I have always believed that as a legislator, at the end of the day, if you are content and confident with every vote that you take, you have not done your job. Our job is not to infect process and policy with our own preferences. The 1st District is not my district. It is the district I represent. It belongs to the people, not me. And that's all of us. There was a comment made about public service and public trust. I've talked to a lot of people about this. Plant employees, colleagues, professionals. Trust is broken. It is. Decades of time and a governance structure that is bureaucratic and at times can be inhibitive. And that doesn't mean that there aren't good people in that governance structure who aren't trying their best. Our plant employees, this is 4 tours now that I've taken at that plant. They are phenomenal. They own that place, they run that place, and they run that plant to the best they can, plus more. They work so incredibly hard and they realize that the function and the roles that they play impact all of us in a very direct and tangible way. And I think we sometimes forget that, including me. For myself, this issue of the sewage treatment plant is nothing new. We dealt with this in the last council. We're dealing with it now. Future councils and future mayors will deal with it, as we should. I have spent countless hours on this over the last couple of weeks, as is my job. I've spoken with people on both sides of the aisle. Councilwoman Friedman, you and I talked the other day after you called. I've spoken with former elected officials of this body when they reached out to me. I didn't hide behind a letter of my last name because I don't care about that. And Councilwoman Friedman, you know, with the good conversation that we had, I told you where I was and how uncertain I was. And you also know as well as I do that that was less than 48 hours ago. There was a comment that was raised regarding the DEC. Reached out to some engineers as well as the finance office in City Hall. A conversation that I know myself as well as some other members of this body initiated to try to find out and receive clarification regarding a very good question. Does the DEC do audits? The information that was delivered to me, as well as to all of us, is the following. The DEC does not do audits. They haven't in the last 20 years. Neither do they do equipment audits. They will do a compliance investigation when a specific facility may not be meeting limits or are experiencing other environmental challenges. So to answer that question, the DEC and our regional representative have provided clarity to answer the question that no, this is not the type of assessment that they would carry out. There was a comment regarding wording and the words that we choose. And I couldn't agree more. There were a number of people that said that. And I'm on the record, I've spoken about this a number of times. Somebody like me, coming from an economic or a financial background, I have quite frankly never understood the word audit in this sense. Because I would actually argue by definition, it's not an audit. That is the wrong wording. When representatives of Veolia were with us on Monday, I asked that question specifically. So I think it's important to answer that question because it's a very legitimate one and it's an important one. The idea here, from my understanding, is that an assessment completed will derive some set of data. And that data would then be used to shape a maintenance plan regarding the short-term and long-term viability of the operations of the plant, right? That's not inventory based. That's not audit based, right? That is operations and logistics, assessing the day-to-day operations of the plant on a departmental as well as in a holistic manner. There was a question about the diversity of postings during the bid process. And I have to be honest, forgive me, I can't remember who asked that, but it's a very good question. And the reason why I say that is because number one, it is a good question. And number two, quite frankly, I asked myself that question. I even wrote this down, but my research into it yielded, as many of my colleagues on this body know, is that ultimately in the end, there were 2 bids that were received. And while I agree in a very general sense that we can definitely work on as we move forward over time to ensure that we can increase the diversity of the availability of a bid posting. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That was actually a very big important discussion that we had as it relates to the management of the Ely Park Golf Course. It's important to remember that the city institutionally receives those bids, right? So the question you actually have to ask yourself, or the next logical question, forgive me, would actually be, if after the bid period for receiving those bids is over and it was locally based, why didn't any local firms bid? That's the next logical question, particularly when the diversity of that posting was locally based. We absolutely do support local business, and we absolutely want to do business the best we can with firms that are local. Why is there such a need for an assessment now? There's a few reasons. We just spent $275 million rebuilding that plant. And I know that we have a responsibility and an obligation to ensure, to the best of our ability, that the need to do that never happens again. That's reason one. Reason two, we have an obligation and a responsibility to ensure that we are doing right by and setting up for success every single person that makes that plant work day in and day out. Now, that doesn't mean we tell them how to do their job, because you know what? They know it better than us. They are the professionals. We entrust in them to do what they do. In addition, as the construction and contracting wraps up at that plant, as it did on the construction side last year, contracting all around is not complete yet, but moving forward, that at some point, we need to establish where our most valuable city asset lies. There's A, B, C, and D that is going on there. And we need to know where those things stand. Plain and simple. That's why an assessment is needed. The legislation that came before us I was incredibly unhappy with. And I will say it, as it was, I did not support it. I had two very big concerns. Number one, and I will only speak for myself as I can, I will not stand for a necessary assessment for us investing in our assets, investing in our employees, investing in our people to be used as a modem for privatization. I will not stand for it. Number two, time. I, along with Council President, with Councilman Burns, and Councilman Strawn, who, as an aside, I need to thank Councilman Strawn as he initiated the Monday tour that at least I was able to attend with my colleagues on. I heard our amazing employees say one important thing over and over and over again. We need time. They have worked so hard and to me, time coming from them is a reasonable request. More than reasonable. Now, I understand that there are going to be variations and differences on what people think is a reasonable amount of time. I understand that. And I think any reasonable person would. I asked them flat out, you're asking for time. How much? They said 6 to 12 months. I know with the importance of a baseline assessment, given the fact that there has been months that have gone by already where the construction element is largely completed, 12 months is difficult. I understand that. And I can understand that even 6 more months from now can be difficult. But you want to know something? 2 or 3 months, that's reasonable. That's more than reasonable. And upon hearing that, I said to myself, talking to my constituents, talking to the people that I represent, talking to all stakeholders throughout this process, I would not be doing my job if I did not make an attempt to give them what they are asking for: time. Because that's our job. And so I slowly contacted colleagues, and I spoke with the mayor directly. I spoke with the mayor and I said, Mayor, 2 months. Let's give our employees at that plant what they deserve, what they are asking for. An opportunity as they are moving along to have it illustrated in this assessment that they can own their agency, that they can do their job, even though we already know they can. And they do it amazingly. Are they perfect? No, no one is perfect. The second discussion item was in relation to privatization. And I wrote this down word for word. I did not want a delay. I did not want a soft close. I want privatization off the table. And I worked with the mayor and my colleagues, and we all had discussions, and we ultimately agreed in the end that that was the right thing to do. And I have been told by the mayor that formal notices will be sent to both parties. Plain and simple, 3 words. Bid is closed. That's it. I would not accept anything less than that. And we worked together and we got there. It wasn't easy on anyone, but we got there. When I toured the plant on Monday, I've got pages of notes here that I took. The 2 systems that Veolia is currently working on at the plant, one is called Active Flow and the other one is called BioSteer. The water and the sand and the granular nature that is coming out and going in to the river has been communicated to Councilman Strawn, to Councilman Burns, to Council President, and myself, all on Monday. That the test rating of that is getting better. They are working directly with Veolia on that. I had not managers, I had city plant employees communicate to me that they are on a first name basis with members of Veolia who they are working with. And Councilman Burns, you're right, they do talk to them on a weekly basis. But Councilman, as you know as well as I do, it was brought under a positive light. I was even told that they not only talk on a weekly basis, but at times they talk multiple times on a daily basis, that they are getting that granular level down for the affluent of what comes out. And we were all there, we heard it. We sat around that table in that conference room for over an hour. I got there at 9:50 a.m. I didn't leave until after almost 1:30. We all heard it. We were all there. And it's not the first time that each of us have heard it, because I know all 7 members of this body have toured that plant. Is it perfect? No. That's the reason why they're trying to fix it. We don't want what was happening 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 1 year ago, 6 months ago. We want to continually get to the point that we are having a positive impact on our local and larger environment. And that is what they said. I looked at them at the end of the meeting and I asked 2 questions. Number 1, what are the totality of systems that you and Veolia interact with? That was the first. The second one, how would you describe your relationship with Veolia? It was largely positive. And again, our city plant employees' words. And if I am going to defend the people who are our employees that work at that plant, when they say they need more time, I'm also going to believe them when they tell me that they have a positive relationship with Veolia. Because what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You can't have it one way and not the other. Councilman Burns, I counted with you. I was 3 chairs away from you on the same side of that table in that conference room. You brought up, Councilman, a good point Monday. You brought up about the fact that there were over 12,000 entries in that CMMS system. They are working hard. My ridiculous photographic memory, I still remember the number, 12,116 entries. They are working hard. And we have to acknowledge that. But we also have to support them, not just in what they do, but in how their daily job functions fit into the overall positive moving forward of the viability of the plant. It's important to note both sides of that. So I went to the mayor and I went to some of my colleagues. And I told them flat out, I cannot support this as is. Because the time and the privatization for me, for the constituents that I represent, are too important. This RL was held over 2 weeks ago, which I don't have a problem with. It's the right of a member to do that if they so request. So, in my mind, in conversations with the mayor, the administration, fellow council members, I used the middle of April as a starting point. And I directly asked the mayor, I said, can we give our employees 2 to 3 months? And we worked there together as a group, and we got there because they deserve that. And they also deserved as a caller pointed out tonight, to know that the distrust that has gone on for years, they deserve to know that we are doing our job, that we are listening to them. And when they say they need time, we do not just respond with words, but we act. And so if you look at the bid that Veolia submitted, I believe it's page 11, where they lay out the 10-week outline of what the logistics of an assessment would look like. And I said, if I am to operate on the assumption that if this had not been held over, which again, I don't have a problem with, and if theoretically passed and started right away, could we get 2 months? And I counted that out, and I counted that out with the mayor and the group. It was approximately 8 weeks, about Wednesday, June 16th. When I am at that plant and I am being told that an entity such as Veolia that may conduct an assessment has a positive relationship with our employees who are on the ground working at that plant day and night, day and night. That says something. And that says something positive. I talked to our city workers. They call each other by their first names. They speak to each other every week, sometimes even multiple times a day. They work together. They learn from each other. And they're getting those work orders into the CMMS. And I trust that they are working as hard as they can around the clock and to get those things in there as efficiently, but precisely as they possibly can. I believe that in my heart of hearts. I believe that they are doing their job, and I believe that when an assessment of this plant is conducted, the report will show that. This should not be a partisan issue. And this should not be a political issue. And I will resubmit this again. That RL that came before us, I did not support. I was down to the wire on this. And if there's anybody that can literally back me up just less than 2 days ago, call the representative of the 4th District. She'll tell you. When we take all of these things together, I believe that the concern about privatization is legitimate, and the concern about time is legitimate and a reasonable request. The reason why there is a June 16th date is because that was counting 2 months out from where we are now. I have been communicated and have been confirmed by the mayor and his office that formal notices to both bidders for privatization will be sent out. I needed that, and I know a lot of other people understandably needed that. This should not be about privatization, because it's not. It's about getting an understanding of where we are. And that includes our amazing city employees. Today, I didn't get off the phone with a certain gentleman until almost 4 p.m. this afternoon. I was on the phone with an hour and a half for people at the upper level at Veolia. I wanted specifics. How in this assessment are they going to document discrepancies concerning things that might be revealed that are not our city employees' fault, that we have an who are people that we have an obligation to defend? And they gave me specifics. Some of those specifics are: number one, the construct of an assessment is holistic, not individual. It is about all of the plant employees as a team in each of their respective role and functions, and their interactions with the tools and the maintenance and the systems that they deal with on a daily and nightly basis. Councilman Strawn on Monday got them to get on the record that the assessment is not adversarial. Because I will tell you right now, if some report is generated and it's knocking our city employees, I will be the first one to open my mouth and defend it. Because that I will not stand for. And I don't think anybody on this body would. In conclusion, due to the research that we've all done, the conversations we've had, the tours we've taken, the meetings we've had, the conference calls we've taken, the constituents that we've spoken to, the most important part, I know it is not complete and nothing ever will be, but I do believe at this point, not the totality, but a large and legitimate set of concerns provided to us are accounted for. Privatization is off the table. Because I will not stand for that. Our employees said we need time. Give us the time, give us the opportunity to own our agency, to show we can do what it is that we do every day. And they deserve that. They unequivocally deserve that. And I will fight to the ever-living end to ensure that they get that, because they deserve it. I did not like what was in front of us at the onset, and I did not support it. But given that privatization is off the table, and that time has been extended, the reality that we need to ensure that what we have gone through never happens again. Spending $275 million in that plant. We need to act with a sense of urgency. We need a baseline, and we need it now. And that doesn't mean that we throw off any other important comments or questions, because they're legitimate. I, as an individual, working with the mayor, as well as a group with my colleagues, I have tried, we have tried our best to meet as many of those legitimate concerns as we possibly could. And I hope, given those, we will continue to work to ensure that we are doing our job of oversight of that city asset and standing next to our city employees. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilman Scaringi. Anyone else would like to comment?
Madam President?
Go ahead, Councilman Burns.
I just want to thank Councilman Scaringi for all his efforts, and they were quite wonderful and amazing. But I just wanted to point out that Veolia and Kruger also has equipment in the plant, and the two that were here the other night, they told us that Kruger is a subsidiary of Veolia. They're married, so Veolia wouldn't just be looking at their equipment; they'd be looking at the Kruger equipment, which they also own. So it is more than two, and I don't mean to contradict Councilman. I know he worked very hard on that, but there is more than two pieces of equipment that they would be looking at, that they have an interest in it. You know, so I still believe that we need an independent company to come in and do this work, and it wouldn't lose any time. We do need it now, and we would start it in June. We just need to put out a new contract. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who hasn't shared anything? Councilman Riley? Excuse me.
Thank you again. And I do want to thank Gio for that presentation and the work that was done. But I would like to, and you can nod, you can confirm that many of us this is the first time we're hearing of these negotiations. The first time we heard about a plan to end the privatization, although we've all spoken in favor of it. And the first time we heard about it was through a press release. We were not part of those conversations. And that is unfair. It's unfair because, again, there's the potential for other things that could have been embedded in this process. And the statement said that you worked with your colleagues. You did not work with all of us to negotiate this package. And as I talk about processes, yes, we have many conversations, and that's fine. But to move and create legislation, adopt and make plans, and put forth a press release that something has happened, that something is being done. As I mentioned before, you know for a fact through your conversations that privatization is dead. I hear it through hearsay and a press release. I'm a councilwoman that was elected to represent a body. I should not have heard it that way. We had a work session. If this was in progress, we have time off. You talk to Councilwoman Friedman. You know, again, we all want to work for the city employees. We support everything that they're doing. But I would like to just repeat the fact that we were not a part of that discussion. And we heard about it. And again, as I said, I don't know it to be true because I heard it through a press release. And I appreciate the work, but I would have liked to have been a part of it. I still feel there's a conflict. And I just wanted to add that piece that all of us were not part of those conversations. So thank you.
Anyone else? Ken, typically, Ken, Frank, you're there. Typically, I think if the president has to make a comment, would like to make a comment at this point, I'd have to like hand it over to Pro Temp, right? But we're doing this virtually, so is it okay if I make a comment?
Yes. The pro tem will take over the procedure of the meeting.
Okay, this will be very short. Thank you. I just want to thank all of you, the callers, colleagues, for all their comments tonight. I want to thank you, Councilman Scaringi, for your comments, for addressing and clarifying some misunderstandings and just providing some clarity for folks. This has been a very exhaustive process for me as far as trying to gather all the needed information that would eventually inform my decision. And this has not been easy. As you know, I delayed the special meeting so we could have Veolia an opportunity to address concerns so members of this body could ask questions. I've met with folks at the sewage plant, and I know that some people are saying we just did it. This is my third time I went to the plant in 2.5 years. I've had multiple discussions with members of the community, whether via email or call or literally running into folks on the street who wanted to have those conversations. And all that was very important to me. It was important for me to be able to shift through what had become such a just political noise with many inaccuracies. And I just wanted to get to the facts and feel like I've done due diligence. We must protect our $275 million investment. And I believe that we have come up with a plan that's fair and that will ensure the long-term success of the facility. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. So, can someone call the question?
President, call the question, please.
Question been called. Question's been called. Roll call, please.
This is Lee filling in for Grace quickly, but I'll take
Lee.
roll call. So Councilman Scaringi,
Aye.
Councilwoman Riley,
Nay.
Councilwoman Friedman,
Nay.
Councilman Burns,
Nay.
Councilman Strong,
Aye.
Councilman Scanlon,
Aye.
and President Restinetti.
Aye.
So that's 4 ayes, 3 nays. The nays were Riley, Friedman, and Burns.
Okay, that passes. Next. We have next and second reads legislation. We have introductory resolution 21-24 considered in planning. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Riley.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we take a 2-minute bio break.
You know what? That's actually a very good idea. Yes, let's do that. 2 minutes. Thank you. I was thinking that.
Second. It needs a second.
Oh,
Madam President, I think we need a second for that. Second.
okay.
Or second.
I was in such a, I was so excited when you brought it up. I forgot. Thank you.
I'll second that motion.
All right, 2 minutes, 2
You said-
minutes, 2 minutes.
That's an adjournment, though. Do we need a roll call?
Oh. Ken?
Ken, I'm not entirely sure. I'm sorry, Madam President.
I'm not, I don't know if I'm coming through here. All of a sudden, it doesn't seem to be working.
We wanted
So
to
you
take
can
a
do a
2-minute.
quick voice vote to take a short break. And I'd advise everybody just turn your cameras off, make sure your mics are off.
Yes. I'm in favor.
So a quick voice vote, if everybody just puts up their hand and says aye.
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 Is there a timekeeper also?
Aye.
I'll keep the time. It's Grace.
Great, we'll be back in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, we're 2 minutes over.
Okay. Are we all here?
Now you do want to do a roll call vote to restart the meeting, or a
Yeah.
roll call just to restart the meeting.
Okay.
I will do the roll call. Councilman Scaringi,
Present.
Councilwoman Riley,
Present.
Councilwoman Friedman,
Present.
Councilman Burns,
Present.
Councilman Burns,
Present.
Councilman Strong,
Present.
Councilman Scanlon,
Present.
President Russinetti.
Present.
Okay, that's all 7 here.
Okay, so moving on now, we have, again, next on second read legislation, we have introductory resolution 21-24 considered in planning. Councilman Strong.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask council for unanimous consideration of introductory resolution 21-24. That is a resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement with Veolia North America Operating Systems LLC, perform an audit of the maintenance operations at the Binghamton Johnson City Joint Sewage Treatment Facilities.
We have a second.
Second.
Any discussion? Someone call the question?
Call the question.
Roll call, please.
Councilman Scaringi,
Aye.
Councilwoman Riley,
Nay.
Councilwoman Friedman,
Nay.
Councilman Burns,
Nay.
Councilman Strong,
Aye.
Councilman Scanlon,
Aye.
President Russinetti.
Aye.
All right, that's 4 ayes, 3 nays, Riley, Friedman, and Burns.
Okay, thank you. Now let's move on to the preferred agenda. Would anyone like to pull anything from the preferred agenda before we proceed? Okay, thank you. Grace, can you introduce the preferred agenda items, please?
Okay. Let me make sure I'm in the right place. Okay. Introductory ordinance 21-35, considered in finance, and ordinance to amend the 2021 general fund revenue and expense budget lines regarding utilities gross receipts.
Any comments? Okay, next, please.
Introductory ordinance 21-36, considered in finance, and ordinance.
Grace, we can't hear you well.
All right. Introductory ordinance 21-36, considered in finance. An ordinance to amend the 2021 capital and water budgets to use the water fund balance for the purchase of a backhoe excavator icebreaker.
Any comments? Okay, next, please.
Introductory ordinance 21-37, considered in finance. An ordinance to amend the 2021 parks budget for playground equipment refurbishment.
Any comments? Thank you. Next.
Introductory ordinance 21-39, considered in finance. An ordinance to amend the 2021 Binghamton Johnson City Joint Sewage Treatment Facilities capital budget to create a WWTP electrical engineer position, defund computer systems engineer, and the head electrical position.
Any comments? Next, please.
Introductory ordinance 21-40, considered in finance. An ordinance to amend the 2021 golf fund for golf course maintenance equipment.
Any comments? Okay, moving on.
Introductory resolution 21-25, considered in public works and parks. A resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement with the Broome County Youth Bureau for funding of the Summer Fund Youth Development Program.
Any comments? Okay, next.
Introductory resolution 21-27, considered in planning. A resolution authorizing the mayor to amend the contract of the YWCA for the use of fiscal year 45 ESG funding for emergency shelter programming.
Any comments? Okay, next.
Introductory resolution 21-29, considered in public works and parks. A resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement to enter into a lease agreement with John Deere for golf course maintenance equipment.
Any comments? Next.
Introductory resolution 21-30, considered in public works and parks. A resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement with the New York State Department of Transportation for federal emergency relief project for work associated with the storm of August 14th, 2018 on Fairview Ave.
Comments? Next.
Introductory Resolution 21-31, considered in planning, a resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into agreements with various agencies for the use of fiscal year 46 CDBG funds.
Any comments? Okay, so I think now we'll take a motion to approve the preferred agenda.
Madam President, motion to approve the preferred agenda.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Full roll call, please.
Councilman Scaringi,
Aye.
Councilwoman Riley,
Aye.
Councilwoman Friedman,
Aye.
Councilman Burns,
Aye.
Councilman Strawn, Councilman Strawn,
Aye. Aye.
Councilman Scanlon,
Aye.
President Ressinetti.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes, 0 nays.
Okay, that passes. So we have legislation, the non-preferred agenda, so we'll move on to that. Let's have Councilman Strawn introduce introductory ordinance 21-33 considered in finance.
Thank you, Madam President. Introductory ordinance 20, I ask, introductory ordinance 21-33, I'm going to read it, and I believe this has a seeker motion.
Yes, it does.
Mr. Frank, correct me if I'm wrong, but let me read this first, and then we can do the seeker motion. Introductory ordinance 21-33 is a bond ordinance of the city of Binghamton, New York, adopted April 22, 2021, amending the bond ordinance adopted February 18, 2015, and heretofore amended on March 7, 2018, and February 19, 2019, on account of the State Street reconstruction project.
Second.
Councilman Strawn, go ahead and introduce the seeker motions for introductory ordinance 21-33.
Just let me get down to it, and I will do that.
If I can jump in just for 1 second while he's finding
Yes.
the motion. It's a little different this time. It's a straight what's called a type 2 because as noted in the introduction, we've actually already done seeker on this in 2015, 2018, and 2019. So this really only applies to the amendment, which is for money only. So it's a little more streamlined than you're used to seeing.
Thank you.
Thank you. So there's one motion, motion to identify the proposed action as type 2 under seeker for the following reasons. Bond ordinance of the city of Binghamton amending the bond ordinance adopted February 18, 2015, and heretofore amended on March 7, 2018, and February 19, 2019, on account of the State Street reconstruction project. The city of Binghamton City Council has determined that the proposed action described above is a type 2 action based on Section 617.5 type 2 C1, maintenance or repair involving no substantial changes in an existing structure or facility, repaving of existing highways not involving the addition of new travel lanes, street openings, and right-of-way openings for the purpose of repair or maintenance of existing utility facilities, and minor temporary uses of land having negligible or no permanent impact on the environment, and no further environmental review is necessary.
Second.
Is somebody to second it?
Yes, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Okay, we'll take
full
roll call, please.
Yep.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Grace?
I need to do a roll call. For
Yes.
that motion. Okay.
So may I ask a question? This is Councilwoman Friedman.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
This is,
Freeman.
Madam President, you asked for questions and comments on the seeker declaration specifically or the legislation overall?
This is the seeker right now.
This is the seeker.
Okay, I don't have any comments
Okay.
on that.
Okay, Grace?
Councilman Scaringi,
Aye.
Councilwoman Riley,
Aye.
Councilwoman Friedman,
Aye.
Councilman Burns,
Aye.
Councilman Strawn, Councilman Scanlon,
Aye.
President Ressinetti.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes.
Okay, so the seeker motion passes. So Councilman Strawn, please
Yep.
continue. Thank you.
I now ask council for unanimous consideration of introductory ordinance 21-33. That is a bond ordinance of the city of Binghamton, New York, adopted April 22, 2021, amending the bond ordinance adopted February 18, 2015, and heretofore amended on March 7, 2018, and February 19, 2019, on account of the State Street reconstruction project.
Second.
Do you have any questions? Roll call, please.
Call the question, Madam President.
Question be called. Roll call.
Councilman Scaringi,
Aye.
Councilwoman Riley,
Aye.
Councilwoman Friedman,
Aye.
Councilman Burns,
Aye.
Councilman Strawn,
Aye.
Councilman Scanlon,
Aye.
President Rossetti,
Aye.
President Rossetti.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes, 0 nays.
Passes. Okay, next we have introductory ordinance 21-34, considered in finance. Councilman Strawn.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask council for unanimous consideration of introductory ordinance 21-34, an ordinance to amend the 2021 general fund budget to use the general fund balance to purchase DPW equipment.
Second.
Any questions?
Call the question, Madam President.
What, I'm sorry, this is Councilwoman Friedman. I'm a little bit lost. Did we vote on RL 2133?
And we just did.
I thought we were voting on the seeker declarations.
That was right before that.
I believe that was before that.
Right.
There were two votes. One was on seeker and one was on the actual bond ordinance.
Oh, I see. Okay. I got a little confused. I wanted to make a quick comment on that, but I can save that until the end. I apologize. That was my fault.
I think we were at call the question.
Call the question, Madam President.
Question be called. Roll call.
Councilman Scaringi,
Aye.
Councilwoman Riley,
Aye.
Councilwoman Friedman,
Aye.
Councilman Burns,
Aye.
Councilman Strawn,
Aye.
Councilman Scanlon,
Aye.
President Rossetti.
Aye.
It's 7 ayes, 0 nays.
Okay, that passes. Next, we have an introductory ordinance 21-38, considered in finance. Councilman Strawn.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask council for unanimous consideration of introductory ordinance 21-38, an ordinance to amend the 2021 budget to fund a capital budget line for the Youth Recreation Center capital expenses in the amount of $48,900.
Can someone second that?
Second.
Any discussion? Councilwoman Riley?
Yes, this is Councilwoman Riley. Thank you, President Rezzanetti. During the work session, as I have before, I'm a strong supporter of children, our youth, the youth center in its fundamental ideas, everything that Parks and Rec shared with us. In that same work session, I also talked about using commercial property that is in existence, that lies vacant within our city, and using funds, since we are fiscally responsible for the city and responsible for new investments that are self-sustaining. I voiced my concern because we do want a community center where children will be able to access programs and services for free. However, I'm not sure a $6 million building that is not revenue generating per the discussion is something that our city can handle right now. I like the idea. I know Parks would love to have everything in one building. And I know we've already allocated $500,000 towards the funding of the expenses to draft the plan and the proposal for said building. But I want to go on record saying that I'm not opposing the center and the people it serves and the need for said center. I stand in opposition for the cost, the projected cost, for the time we're putting into rushing this through, and us as a fiscal agent being fiscally responsible Again, looking 5 to 10 years down the road, supporting a $5 million building, supporting the employees that have to work in said $5 million building. And I may be misquoting the new estimate, but again, I think we can come to the table with the residents, think about what's really, really desired, how we can ensure if the building is placed in one area of the city, all children, regardless of access to cars and personal transportation, will be able to reach said building and said programming, which is a major concern. And we've talked about that with the Boys and Girls Club. So I just wanted to verbalize my thoughts, ask my fellow council members to consider, I know we have quite a ways to go, but to consider where we will look, where we will be with this building in 5 years and how we will sustain it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Someone call a question?
Call the question, Madam President.
Question to call. Roll call, please.
Councilman Scaringi. Councilman Scaringi, I think you're muted.
My apologies. Aye.
Councilwoman Riley,
Nay.
Councilwoman Friedman,
Aye.
Councilman Burns,
Aye.
Councilman Strawn,
Aye.
Councilman Scanlon,
Aye.
President Resinetti.
Aye.
6 ayes, 1 nay, Riley.
Okay, that passes. Next, we have introductory resolution 21-26 considered in finance. Councilman Strawn.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm on, yeah, okay. Council for unanimous consideration, introductory resolution 21-26, a resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement with Clark Patterson Lee for architectural and engineering design services for the new youth recreation center at Columbus Park.
Second.
Any comments? Councilwoman Friedman.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to echo a lot of the sentiments that Councilwoman Riley brought up on the last piece of legislation that resonated with a lot of how I feel. One of the central tenets on the platform that I ran on was investment in our youth, and part of that is recreation, but this center wouldn't just be a youth center, it'd also have programs for adults as well. So conceptually, I was 100% on board when this was presented to us. I also, like Councilwoman Riley, was concerned with the price tag of it. This is a big project. It is quoted at about $5 million. And so that's not something that I take lightly. I was able to talk to the Parks Department, Paul Palmer and Pat McGinnis at the Parks Department, and I asked them, is this, in your professional opinion, the most cost-effective way to do this? Because I also, look around at these abandoned buildings or, these other centers and spaces that exist in the city that are often sometimes eyesores. And they assured me that they investigated that thoroughly, that was their first intent, was to use an existing building if one was available and fiscally feasible to rehab. And so I just want to say that they let me know that in their research, it would be more expensive to rehab a building rather than build a new one. So that assuaged, I think that's the right word, assuaged my hesitation with this price tag, which again, I do not take lightly. The other concern that I had that was echoed by a caller was the timeline of this. That's something that actually has not been addressed. So while I am willing to vote in support of this, I do so with the caveat that I think that the community engagement process needs to be a major focus of this. You know, I've heard the phrase "nothing about us without us." So if we're going to make a beautiful multi-million-dollar recreation building that's going to serve the youth of this community and you know, the residents in my district and everyone as a whole, we absolutely need to make sure that the design and execution is done by uplifting their voices and hearing what they have to say. And we can't do that with just 1 or 2 meetings. You know, it has to be an ongoing process. So I will say that concern, or I will vote in support of this with reservations. Those are my reservations. And so I hope that we can commit to upholding and uplifting the community voice in this process. Thanks.
Any other comments? Someone call a question, please.
Call the question?
Question called. Roll call.
Councilman Scaringi,
Aye.
Councilwoman Riley,
Nay.
Councilwoman Friedman,
Aye.
Councilman Burns,
Aye.
Councilman Strawn,
Aye.
Councilman Scanlon,
Aye.
President Ressinetti.
Aye.
That's 6 ayes, 1 nay. Riley.
The last item tonight is introductory resolution 21-28, considered in MPA. Councilman Scanlon.
Thank you, Madam President. Introductory resolution 21-28, a resolution approving, excuse me one second, a resolution approving a memorandum of agreement between the City of Binghamton and the Boys and Girls Club and Pell Camp for a community-based crime reduction program.
Can I get a second?
Second, sorry.
Any discussion? Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just pulling up my notes here. I feel this way about almost every piece of legislation that has been brought before us that is a grant where the police department is asking for more money when their budget already comprises 13% of the entire budget of the city of Binghamton. So I am always going to be hesitant of that. I also, in the discussion at the work session, a red flag was raised for me when we were told that a significant portion of this money would be going to the Police Athletic League. And it wasn't, this grant was sort of presented under the pretense that it was for a youth program and for crime reduction, but I feel like there was that little sort of asterisk. And this is a potential, or not, I'm sorry, it's not a grant, but this piece of legislation is dealing with $625 $6,000, which again is a large sum of money. I think that there are better uses of that money than this program. So I plan to vote no on this. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Can someone go? Oh, go
Call the
ahead.
question, Madam President.
Councilwoman Riley, you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes.
Sorry.
No worries. This is Councilwoman, well, you already know, it's Councilwoman Riley. Thank you, Council President Resonetti. Similar to what my fellow councilwoman said, Councilwoman Friedman, I was a bit concerned about the program and the grant itself. Again, I support programming for the youth. I value, my child attended the Boys and Girls Club. Any money that goes to support and extend programming there, I'm fully supportive of. I am concerned, however, when something is touted as a youth project, when about 15% of the grant is going towards the youth. And the other percentage was to develop increased patrol of targeted areas where we have seen violent crimes. And that's what was relayed to me. I did try to obtain further information, but I have not yet received it. So I know time is of the essence. But I would like to get more information. So I'm standing between a rock and a hard place. You know, I do have the right, as Councilman Scanlon always says, you have the right to vote no. You have the right to hold it over. We know. And so I'm trying to determine what's best for our youth and for this program, because I would like to read more. And if there is clarification, Ken Frank, if you want to chime in, this resolution particularly is just about the agreement, not the funding of the grant, correct? The agreement to join with the Boys and Girls Club and PALS Camp, correct? It's not about allocation of resources and how the grant is written. It's just to name them as a partner agency for the grant submission.
This is very unique in that part of the grant submission required the MOU.
Okay, but we're voting on just the MOU, but not necessarily the grant and how it's structured.
You're voting on the MOU. I'm not sure what your question is in terms of the grant and how it's structured, but yes, you're voting on the MOU.
Would you like me to repeat it? Would you like me to repeat it? I'm asking. With the passing of this resolution, it does not specify that City Council is in agreement with the grant as written, since we've not seen the grant.
Correct. They're applying, this is part of the application. Correct. So I'm not sure how else to.
Okay, I just wanted to hear correct. Thank you. Okay, so I appreciate that, Mr. Frank. I did need that clarification from our attorney. Thank you. So that's all. I thank you for that clarification, and that concludes my my comment.
Councilman Scanlon?
Obviously, everybody knows I fully support the Binghamton Police Department. And I used to go to PAL Camp as a kid. Everybody, I have fond memories of the bus picking me up in front of the Boys and Girls Club and going up there, and you learn to fish and you learn to hike. You learn a lot of things up there, and it's a great opportunity for the kids. So it's certainly, unlike some of my fellow council members, I fully support the Binghamton Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, can someone call the question?
Madam President.
Thank you. Question be called. Roll call, please.
Councilman Scaringi,
Aye.
Councilwoman Riley. Councilwoman Riley,
Aye.
Councilwoman Friedman,
Nay.
Councilman Burns,
Aye.
Councilman Strawn, Councilman Scanlon,
Aye.
President Rasanati.
Aye.
That is 6 ayes, 1 nay, Friedman.
Okay, thank you. That passes. So, okay, everyone, thank you. We are now moving on to council member comments. Tonight, we will start with District 3. Councilwoman Riley.
Thank you, Council President Resonating. Again, I want to thank all of the callers. You know what, I want to thank the city of Binghamton as a whole, because we've been advocating for a lot recently. We've been getting phone calls regarding our own districts. We've been receiving phone calls about the school district. And so I just appreciate the advocacy that was demonstrated on Monday, the advocacy that was demonstrated through all the calls at our last business meeting, and your continued support and calls throughout all of our processes. We hear you. In saying that, I'm not speaking for anyone else on this council, but we do our best to try to answer every single call. We may not be able to, because many of us still work full-time jobs, and we're trying to hear each one of you. If we're not able to get back in 12 hours, 24 hours, it doesn't mean we don't want to hear you. It's just that there are a number of calls, and we appreciate that. This has been an extremely difficult time in the world. And again, one of the comments earlier today was, what did you run about? What was the reason you ran? And yes, I talked about affordable housing, I talked about youth, and I talked about accountability and transparency. I continue to ask for that. I continue to push and advocate for that, but not at the sake of bankrupting a program, a project that we may not be able to afford 5 years down the line. I say that because some of my constituents here, some of my neighbors down the street mentioned the, oh gosh, sorry, you guys, I'm sleepy. Mentioned the vote on amending the loan. I can't remember the exact term, but we did start a project on State Street that required an amendment to complete the project, which is part of our growth and continued development of the city, which is why I was in support. So I will wrap up and say thank you to those that volunteered for the NOMA cleanup this past weekend. Thank you for those that are continuing to rally around each other and provide support each and every week. Thank you for the community that is building relationship and harmony. And we will continue to move forward as one Binghamton. Thank you for hanging on, because it's now 10 o'clock. And we appreciate you. Good night.
Thank you. Moving on to Councilwoman Friedman.
Thank you, Madam President. I would also, again, like to echo a lot of the sentiments of my colleague, Councilwoman Riley, just in terms of constituent engagement. This was a doozy. Whoa, it is 10:08 p.m. And I know that people, constituents from every district have been, and even outside of the city, have been extra engaged in some of the pieces of legislation that we have been considering lately. So as somebody who, before they were elected, would, come in and comment at city council meetings when there was a hot button issue. I know how much time and energy it takes to research and prepare a comment and listen to the meeting, listen to other callers. So that's not lost on me. I mean, now that's my job, but I recognize that there are other people who are not paid to do that. So thanks for keeping us accountable. I also wanted to thank Councilman Scaringi for his comments. We did have what I thought was an excellent conversation about where we stood on the audit of the sewage treatment plant. And I appreciated, his honesty and candidness with me. And I also wanted to echo Councilman Scaringi, what you mentioned before about how local politics in a lot of ways ought not to be partisan. I very much agree with that in principle. And I try not to be needlessly partisan on things. I know it might not seem that way, but I really do. I want to work together with my colleagues to solve problems in the city. That's why, hopefully all of us, if not most of us, ran for office. I'll tell you, it certainly was not for the paycheck. But I often find that is something that we say, and I get frustrated because I often don't feel like we mean what we say when we say that we should be working together nonpartisan. Like, in principle, I'm so for that. But then, I get frustrated with, like, for example, the press release that we saw today at that was emailed at 3:00 that had official statements from 4 council members, and 3 or at least 1 were not consulted. So I hope you can understand my frustration with how sometimes things seem to go where, I feel like I'm left out of a lot of conversations. And as a councilwoman, that makes it difficult for me to serve my constituents to the best of my ability. My brain is also fried, so I think that was everything that I wanted to say. Oh, the comment that I meant to make before was actually Councilwoman Riley said pretty much exactly what I was going to say. I do not take large fiscal decisions lightly. I certainly don't want to spend money needlessly. I want to be run a city that is fiscally responsible. I did vote yes for that bond amendment because, like Councilwoman Riley said, this is a project that has already started, and I didn't want to shortchange that project. I don't want, a project to have corners cut and things like that. So that I wanted to explain why I was in support of that. I think that's all of my thought. I know it's very late, so I'm looking at the clock. It was about 5 minutes, so I will stop there, and I hope everybody has a wonderful rest of their evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman Burns. You're next.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Madam President. I know there's no audience out there now, but the Southside Neighborhood Assembly is having their annual cleanup on May 1st. And we're meeting at the Commons on South Washington Street at 9 a.m. and it'll be from 9 to 11. And we always get a good turnout for that, and I'm looking forward to it. And regarding the sewage treatment plant, had, I didn't want the company that we hired to do the assessment. But I know that all of us, and especially, although there's no Republican or Democratic way to do municipal government, I was a little taken back by the release of the press release today, because it really sort of separated us, and when we were all working towards the same thing. But that aside, I know that we all were really working this. You know what I'm saying? We are all working for the betterment of the city of Binghamton. And I really liked that very much, even though we disagreed, we were really doing the right thing, So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Burns. We'll move on to Councilman Strawn.
Thank you, Madam President. I know it's getting late, and I'm looking at my count on the thing. I think we've lost about, 40 people, 45 people or so, but it looks like there's a few people still out there. So two things real quick, just about the process, just from my perspective. I know it got mentioned, and I just want to say, just speaking for myself, when I was literally 2 weeks ago tonight sitting there, and I know my colleagues voted to hold over that legislation, but I was in agreement with that, and was telling myself at the time, I need to do a little more, and I worked really hard these last two weeks, and I had missed a couple of the prescribed tours, with some of my health challenges and just some personal things, conflicts, whatever, scheduling. And a couple of the guys from the plant had said, come on down, we'll give you a tour. And I most of you know me at least enough to know my mind's pretty simple in the end. And I just thought, oh, I need to do that because I haven't done it before. And just by happenstance conversation with Councilman Scaringi, it just kind of developed into a couple of us going. But I didn't have this grandiose plan to invite I just needed to go myself, and it just kind of happened. And obviously being second read legislation and the time clock just kind of running out. And, so I didn't, mean personally, I appreciate what some of you said. And I think I certainly more agree than disagree. Maybe it could have gone a little better these last couple of days between us. I feel bad about that. But it wasn't, at least from my perspective, for an ill intent in any way. It was for me legitimately trying to gather information that I felt I needed to make the right decision and try to make up for a little bit of lost time, and just being honest about that I needed to make up for a little lost time on some of the issues down there and talk to some of those people face to face that I hadn't done. So it kind of just developed that way, and just kind of the way it went. So I do hope that, like Councilman Burns just said, that I think there's some positive things that came out of it. I hope there's, I don't want, nobody's asking for any credit, but the fact that, and I'm sure we'll get more paperwork and more things from the mayor's office on the stopping of those bids for privatization. But I hope that everybody that's intellectually honest that I've heard of over the last, since I started walking around 2 years ago before the election in 2019, said they were against that. And the fact that that's going to happen now, I hope there's at least some credence to that and some of the progress that we did make moving in the direction of what the plant employees and other stakeholders asked for. Secondly, real quick, may or may not need to address this specifically, but I want to. Mr. Abdelzim talked earlier, I did sell my house on 346 Conklin Ave in December. We closed on it. I do still reside in the 6th district. I'm sure it'll be a matter of public record. I'm going to choose not to give the exact address, but I have moved to if you look at my district, I've moved to the northeast or northwest, the northwest side of my district. I'm actually very close to where Mr. Abdelzim is on Tremont Ave. If anybody's paid attention to the other side of our jobs here, there were 17 streetlights out between Thirsties and Tremont. We've got a bunch of them fixed. I'm working with the city on that all the way down toward Tremont. We're working on some other ones. If anybody's seen the spur that goes off 434 down to Tremont, I'm working with the Parks Department and the DPW to clean up the end of New Street where Metro Interfaith is, where the Vines Gardens are going to be. They've started that project, and we're going to continue to clean that up. So when Vines comes in, that lot, it looks beautiful, and everybody entering the city on 434 in that area sees it. So I wanted to piggyback on that, the area I'm in. I'm actually relatively close to him now. And to piggyback on one more thing, on Saturday at 11 o'clock, Jared Cram and I are hosting a neighborhood cleanup. We are meeting at St. John's at 1263 Vestal Ave. And if we have enough people, we will even cross Vestal Ave and help beautify the beautiful 5th District as well. But from 11 to 1 on Saturday, if anybody is so inclined, we're going to do a little neighborhood cleanup. And we're meeting at St. John's from 11 to 1, and hopefully we will be in the area of Tremont, New Street, Livingston Street, and some of those streets down in that side of town. So we'd love to have you, and have a good night.
Thank you. Councilman Scanlon.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be brief on this. So I always get a kick out of being lectured by former city council persons who are in a sad attempt for them to stay relevant, apparently. I don't, this particular person was a city council person so long ago, I don't even know what year she was even in there. But in this same person, shame on you for mentioning a city council person's child again. We went through this about a month ago. And apparently there's one or two things going on. Either you're not bright enough to not do that again, or you're want to push buttons. Either way, it's bad though. As I've heard many times on here, you should be better than that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilman Scanlon. Councilman Scaringi, you're last.
Thank you, Madam President. I've probably overwhelmed myself and stolen beyond my due tonight, so I'll keep this short. Just want to say thank you to everyone who called in, all the meetings and all of the input that we've had over the last couple of weeks. I want to thank everybody for the conversations that we've had. I want to thank everybody for their support for Ely Park Golf Course, for taking that important gem that we have in the 1st District and the city of Binghamton and beginning the process of turning that around and making that much more positive. So if you are a golfer, please go out there and enjoy. And lastly, really quickly, I just want to give a very, very big thank you to Corp Council and engineering. We've had an ongoing issue with something, with an issue in the ward for quite a while now. And I just want to thank Ken Frank and everyone in Corp Council and the engineering department who worked to review the important case and listen to all sides and work their best to help our constituents out as they possibly can. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilman Scaringi. I guess that brings it to me. I'll keep it very short. I know everybody's very tired. I did want to thank everyone for all their hard work. This really isn't an easy time overall in our world, and certainly these aren't easy decisions that we're making here. So thank you to everyone. I would like to echo what was said, obviously by many council members and callers. And, you know, a comment that Councilman Frieden made, that often it feels like, you know, folks maybe do not mean what they say, or that we may not be on the same page. I can understand that, but I do believe that deep inside, deep down in our hearts, we all make decisions with the best intentions. I wasn't going to say anything about this, but I feel like I have to, because it's just so personal. And I tend to not address callers at the end of the meeting, but this is really important because my family and I have been attacked so many times, especially my children, and it's unfair and it's unjust and it's enough. The caller who said something about me being an embarrassment and failing my daughters, for doing due diligence, for not agreeing with you, caller, I found that to be inappropriate, and you should know better. May I remind you that you had a lot to do with the attack to my daughter, my child, 2 months ago, and that you tried to cover it up. May I remind you that I have evidence to show that. You should be embarrassed. I would never go after anybody's kids, and I would never even bring them up in these discussions. What has happened here? Where's human decency? I will leave it at that. The last thing I wanted to say is that although today we had a lot of snowflakes out there, spring is here. It's time of renewal, hopefully healing, and a lot of cleanups, apparently. I know Councilman Strawn has one coming up this weekend. I believe Councilman Burns as well, and I have another one the weekend after that. I ask you all to join us. It is important to keep our city clean. It feels good, not only when we look at it and it's pretty, but it feels good in our soul. I believe that. So thank you, everyone. With that, I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.